This one is faculty batik. The newest batik from faculty.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's suit you well. Much more younger and handsome.
Because yesterday I think that I should I have to wear the which one? This dress. This one is faculty batik. The newest batik from faculty.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's suit you well. Much more younger and handsome.
Because yesterday I think that I should I have to wear the which one? This dress. This one is faculty batik. The newest batik from faculty.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's suit you well. Much more younger and handsome.
Because yesterday I think that I should I have to wear the which one? This dress. This one is faculty batik. The newest batik from faculty.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's suit you well.
Kok Bu
Much more
Siti?
younger and handsome.
Because yesterday I think that I should I have to wear the which one?
Iya, kenapa ya suaranya bolak-balik?
This one is faculty batik. The newest batik from faculty.
Iya.
Suaranya Pak Abidin juga gitu.
It's suit
Jawab lagi.
you well.
Kok Bu
Much more
Siti?
younger and handsome.
Because yesterday I think that I should I have to wear the.
I think there is a problem with.
Iya, kenapa ya suaranya bolak-balik?
Suaranya
diulang terus di recording.
Newest batik
Balik
from
terus.
faculty.
Coba recording dikeluarkan lagi.
Aneh.
Aneh ini.
Yeah, it seems all fine now.
Sudah berapa ini peserta yang hadir dapatnya?
58.
Lambinnya anyar rek Pak Kajur.
Ya jelas dong. Arep ketemu MC.
Oh, ngono ya.
Ya arep ketemu Bayu ini juga.
Enggak, iki wis tuwek tak menarik.
Kak Yun.
MC ini siapa Pak Bidin? Tetap.
Iya,
Ya,
Dek.
tetap yang kemarin.
Iku ya hanya.
Oh iya ya. Panitia ya. Selamat, Tes. Rezeki barokah.
Panitia
MC ini mestinya yoyo lah.
Saya pikir hari ini enggak. Tetap gitu Pak. Selamat pagi Bu Nova.
Selamat pagi, Pak. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good, Pak. How are you? Kak Nova,
anytime.
mestinya minta baju baru ke panitia, Pak. Mbak.
Sudah,
Pak
Bu.
Abidin itu mestinya dikasih MC-nya.
Sudah, Bu. Kemarin sudah memakai seragam. Hari
Oh,
ini
sudah
mungkin
dipakai.
seragam dari jurusan. Kalau saya pakai nanti saya ikut jadi dosen MIPA. Bahaya, harus sekolah dulu.
Nggak apa, nanti ngajar bahasa Inggris di MIPA.
Iya. Masuk bahasa Inggris mulai kapan Bu Nova?
Saya mulai 2013, Pak.
Udah lama.
Sudah Pak, sudah lama.
Baby fish. Saya pikir masih baru.
baru ketemu. Sudah, Pak. Okay. We are going to start in 5 minutes, yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Welcome to the second day of ICoMSE 2021, hosted by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, in collaboration with University Technology Malaysia. I hope everyone is excited and well to start our second day of conference. We will have three plenary sessions. For the first plenary session, we will have our own Dr. Sentot Kusairi, SPD MSE, and this session, the moderator is Dr. Sumari, MSE. So if I may to read a short profile of Dr. Sumari is the head of chemistry department. He received his bachelor's degree in chemistry from Universitas Negeri Malang, then master's degree in Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. He completed his doctorate in chemical engineering from Institut Teknologi 10 November. I would like to welcome Dr. Sumari to lead the session.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nova Aryani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ICoMSE plenary session for second day. My name is Sumari. In this session, I will be serving as your moderator. You will be hearing presentation from Associate Professor Dr. Sentot Kusairi. Before we get started, I will read a brief biography of our distinguished speaker. Mr. Sentot Kusairi is a Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Malang. His research interests are teaching material and assessment in physics. Next, he has received his bachelor degree of education, physics education at Universitas Negeri Malang, and taken his master degree of science, physics at Universitas Gajah Mada. Then got his PhD physics education at Universitas Negeri Malang. Dr. Sentot Kusairi has some patent and proprietary rights, including assessment with playing game, kinematika gerak melingkar,
Dekan Fakulty of Social Science and Humanity.
Formative feedback, diagnostik miskonsepsi fisika berbasis web, menggunakan butir tes isomorfik. Then the last is diagnostik ketuntasan belajar fisika berbasis web menggunakan butir tes isomorfik. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Sentot is one of the most productive researchers in the area of science education, particularly physics education. He had published papers in some international journals, including Journal of Technology and Science Education, TEM Journal, International Journal of Instruction, Journal of Turkish Science Education, and also Bulgarian Journal of Science Education. Okay, before the presentation begins, I will tell you the regulation of how the presentation will be conducted. First, I would like to give the time to Dr. Sentot to present the material for about 40 minutes. And there will be 20 minutes for Q&A session. Without further ado, now allow me to welcome Dr. Sentot Kusairi. Will be speaking to us on small approach method, how computer-based assessment employ in physics teaching. All right, Dr. Sentot Kusairi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sumari.
for nice introduction and also nice moderators. Excellencies, Mr. Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Malang. Excellencies, Dean of Faculty Social Science and Humanities, University Teknologi Malaysia. Excellencies, keynote speakers and also distinguished speakers and participants. I'm very honored to be presenter today in the front of you. Let me share my screen. Whether my screen appear, Mr. Sumari?
Yeah, it is clear enough.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, la haula wa la quwata illa billah. Today I will present about small approach matter, how computer-based formative assessment employ in physics teaching. Before presentation, I will show some quotes relating to the content maybe. The first quote is, all students can learn and succeed, but not in the same way and not on the same day. This is the first quote. And then the second quote, a good teacher will ensure that every student learn and achieve his optimal ability. The third quote is come from Hadith. Every you become a leader, and every leader will be asked or held accountable about his leadership. Also, as a teacher, we also a leader in the classroom. So sometimes we'll be asked about the accountability, our teaching and learning process. My interest is about the assessment, especially in formative assessment, and also some in computer-based formative assessment. In beginning, we know that physics is very important in everyday life. Physics is give a foundation for all natural science, including biology, chemistry, and etc. With the physics, we can improve quality of our life by developing new technology. And physics also to understand how the world around us works. As you know that, for example, in the technology of memory, when we are young, we know this cassette like this and that's floppy disk. And now the memory is very small. It's because the development of physics. So physics education and physics learning, it is important subject because with the physics learning, student can try to high order thinking, qualitative reasoning, and reasoning, generally reasoning, critical thinking, and also problem solving. But there is a problem because in every classroom, only a few of students enjoy physics. They can see the beauty of physics, and they want to know with a high curiosity of physics. But maybe many students see that the physics is very complicated physics is very abstract, and physics is only the formula that they must memorize, and then they use when they solve the problem. Many people try to improve the quality of physics and teaching physics learning by developing a method in teaching and learning, but I interested in assessment. Why assessment? Because someone said that the assessment is engine that drive student learning. How the teacher assess student, there is the student will learning. And also Popam, one of expert in assessment, say that the quality of teaching is mean quality of assessment. Okay, when we hear about the word assessment, what is in your mind, or what is the purpose of teacher when they do assessment? Maybe you can respond to the chat box. What is the purpose when you, as a teacher, you do assessment? What's your purpose? What is the purpose of doing assessment? Yes, from Prof. Sri Rayu to get score mark of student. Okay, thank you. Help student to learn. Ah, good, Mr. Kusaini. Thank you, Mr. Kusaini. Next. Okay, when we ask to the teacher, what is the purpose of assessment? Many teachers also say that we do the assessment for student report. So this is for accountability as a teacher to the headmaster and to the dean, that the student is get the score like this. Yes, in every day we associate the assessment as the test or quiz to justify student. But assessment is come from the Greek word asidere, and this is mean to sit beside student, or assessment is accompanying student. So not only for get score and then as accountability to the headmaster, but assessment is to help student learning better. For example, this is one of a teaching learning process that a teacher want to know whether the student understand or not about something that he explained, and then the teacher give the student the task. And for maybe 4 and 5 minutes, the student try to do, but she fail. And when we did not help the student, there will be a frustration. So the good teacher will accompany her, and then with ask a question, and then give a guiding, and then after that student can solve the problem, and then I know also in the next session, when the teacher give another problem, the student also can solve the problem. And this is the really assessment that relating to the nature of assessment. So assessment is can be divided by assessment of learning. For example, in our daily life, in mid semester or final semester, we give a test to student, but also assessment. The purpose for help student learning. We say it as a assessment for learning. There is another assessment too, assessment as learning, but someone say that the assessment as learning is in the assessment for learning. Yes, so assessment, formative assessment or assessment for learning is not simply as a daily test, but the test, also the activities must give a student feedback, and the feedback not only for one or two students, but also for all of students. So the formative assessment is like slogan "No Child Left Behind." Hope that every student can reach the competence that curriculum. And assessment formative, say by Paul Black, is when the cook tastes the soup. This is a formative assessment, and when the customer tastes the soup, that's summative assessment. Or in joke with my student, when your parent comment to you, it is a formative assessment. But when the malaikat mungkar and nakir ask you, this is a summative assessment. The problem with doing summative assessment is when many students have a problem in the summative assessment, there is no time to refine the. But when we do a formative assessment, there is many time student to develop their knowledge. From Paul and Black, there is a key element how to do assessment formative or assessment for learning in teaching and learning process. The key element, the first element is a clear learning goal. So when doing teaching and learning, try to give a goal to the student clearly, not only clear by teacher, but also by student. The second is a rich conversation. Give time student to ask a question or give comment, or student talking each other. The third is effective and timely feedback. So teacher must know the development of student learning by giving a test or ask a question, and then giving feedback to enhance the learning. The next is student responsibility for their own learning. For example, in everyday teaching and learning, usually a student working in group, but not really all of students thinking. Sometimes only one or two students that thinking, the other is only seeing and maybe praying. And now we try to make all of students responsible of their own learning.
Saya lagi moderator.
And the next, modifying teaching based on the information. So when we doing the assessment, formative assessment, we get many data, and then we analyze data to be information. From the information, we can modifying teaching and learning process. For example, when many students have a problem, maybe we can give extra time to explain again what we try to improve our teaching and learning process is integration of 5 key elements in physics and logic, physics, teaching and learning. For example, my student doing with me, and I have write in a journal. The title is Analysis of Student Understanding of Motion in Straight Line Concept, Modeling Instruction with Formative Assessment. And the other is Increasing Student Understanding and the Concept of Projectile Motion with a Modeling Instruction accompanied by Embedded Formative Assessment. But implementing 5 key elements in physics teaching and learning also have some struggle. There is a number of students. Usually in Indonesia, there is 30 until 40 students. So we have a limited time to give them feedback one by one. And then the other problem is diversification of student difficulties encountered in the teaching and learning process. So we also know that the computer have ability to help a teacher to improve the integration of teaching learning, integration of assessment formative in teaching and learning process. For that, we also try to develop a web-based assessment formative. This is why we do the pre-fight test. So before students go to the classroom, we give a task student to doing the test, and then after that, teacher know information about the result of test, because computer is very fast to analyze the data. And then after teaching and learning process, normally in the classroom, at home, student also give a forum discussion to help them talking each other. Then also we have a training yourself, like this is a self-assessment and also formative test in the end. Doing assessment formative with the computer also have many struggle. The weaknesses is because computer can only work with the selected response. For example, is true, false, and then multiple choice. And with the true, false, and multiple choice, sometimes student only guessing, and some of the tests may be overestimate. For example, when we want to try to know about the student misconception, so we give a multiple choice with the option is one the exact and the other is a kind of misconception. This is student maybe not thinking but also only guessing, and then the answer is correct when we say that he understand the concept. This is overestimate. And the other case, maybe they choose the a kind of misconception. We say that the misconception like that. This also overestimate. Beginning from this problem, we introduce isomorphic item. Using isomorphic item, this is several item, usually 3 items with the same idea but different context or different representation. We assumption that if a student only with the three item, if student only get one correct, maybe they only guessing. But if they get the 3 is correct, we assumption that the student is understand the concept. With the isomorphic item idea, we develop application. We say diagnostic, tryout, and web voting. Diagnostic is to diagnose student misconception. Tryout is to know the student understanding, and web voting is interactive using a smartphone. The web voting we use in the classroom. So when we want to know about the student progress in the classroom, we can give a question in the LCD projector, and then every student can choose the answer with the smartphone. After that, this application can appear the result. How many percent student choose A, B, C, and D. And then from that, teacher will know whether student understand or not. And then teacher also can use the K of assessment formative, like we say that it's a time to teach, so student can teach each other whether the answer is different. This using isomorphic to diagnostic the misconception. This is 3 item. In every item we but it is not appear when student answer the question. This is only in application. When student consistently answer the level 4, we know that the student is understand the concept. But if they consistently in level 2, maybe they misconception, and etc. And from the isomorphic, we also find the student that the answer is not consistent. So we can say that the student is for this concept is not consistent. This is example in one of physics classroom. Physics classroom, maybe the understanding is better. So this is a level 4, but some of students still in level 1, 2, 3. This is a student misconception, and the other student also still not consistent. Maybe they have no idea and only guessing. We also try to compare the result from the one classroom to the other. So for example, this is a physics classroom. We know that level 4 is higher, And this is a science education classroom. Many student misconception. And this is we also get from the private school, private university, and then we know that in private university the not consistent is very high. So I think this is a kind of example using isomorphic in physics in understanding diagnostic physics misconception. We also have write it in a chemistry journal. Webik diagnostic test including isomorphic item to assess student misconception and error pattern. And then the other is a tryout. Tryout we diagnostic student conceptual understanding. This is the sample of output of a tryout. From the tryout, the student and teacher will receive the feedback. But usually when a student we give a quiz or formative assessment, the student only receive a score, but in this application they will know the more specific feedback. For example, in this indicator they understand and the other is not yet understand. This is a sample of a student. And also from the application, application will give feedback for the teacher. This is a characteristic of a classroom. There's only 60% student understand and any 80% student understand, but the other is not understand. So from this feedback, a teacher can modify the teaching and learning process. We also have write this result in a web-based formative feedback system development by utilizing isomorphic multiple choice. The problem with using tryout is when we talking with student need feedback to encounter the difficulty. So if we only give the you not understand, it's not a student say that it's not help them. So we try to develop the diagnostic with the feedback. For example, this is 18 item, and then item from 6 indicators, learning indicators. When student try to answer the question, then will appear the result. When I try to only guessing, the result feedback is need to be improved. And then from this we give a menu to go to the feedback, and this is a kind of feedback, video feedback that to help student understand better in the contact lens. With this, try to using isomorphic. We also appear the problem. When we talking with student, student need to step-by-step feedback. Student have a difficulty learning if the prerequisite has not been mastered, student difficult to understand the other. So from this problem, we now we intensive to developing what we say as a computer-based formative feedback. This is using isomorphic to you as a teacher, or you can, whether you not understand or about the computer, you also use for example a simple PowerPoint slide. Yes, only you present 3 isomorphic item, and then when student file to answer all of the item, they will give a feedback, and then they can try to answer the item again. When the student all correct, all the answer is correct, they can also, you also can give a simple feedback, and then they can go to the next question. This is a technically how to make a simple, how to use a simple PowerPoint slide to make a isomorphic. For example, when you have 3 items and place the item in the first item in the first slide, and then the second item in the second and third slide, and the last item in the fourth and fifth. When student answer is correct, you only use hyperlink. Use hyperlink. Then when student correct, go to the second item, and then when they correct again, they go to the third item. When they correct in the third item, they go to the pass. But when they file in the first item, go to the second item, whether second item file or not, true or not, go to the third item and then file. So when student come to the PowerPoint, they will see the first item, and then second item and third item, and whether they answer all of correct or not, they will know whether they pass or fail. So you can use it. I think it's a very simple. This is an example of our student. This is you can use only one graph and then make 3 other question about the interpretation of the graph. And then when the student fail, you can give a step-by-step feedback. And in this feedback, because we can use a hyperlink, we also can give a question and then small feedback again. After they finishing the feedback, they can come back to the question, and then again they try to answer the isomorphic question. How to make the isomorphic? The step is One is analyzes the concept. We can read from the journal about the student difficulties and student misconception and etc. And better if after we analyze the concept, we go to the school or to the student in the university to interview student. To know the what is the student difficulty. We can use a video to record, so we can from the result of interview we can develop item and also develop feedback that fit to the student difficulties. Usually the difficulties of student in one place is almost same with the other place. For feedback, you can use many theory from research, like for kinematic graph, we using multi-representation. So we use a table and then we use a picture, and so student will understand something very difficult. You can also develop a game. This is a kind of using isomorphic multiple choice to be a game. So they can fill the game with playing something, and then if they success in the one step, they go to the other step. In the next, we can try to improve the formative feedback, computer-based formative feedback by repeated topics. I see from the Holy Quran that Holy Quran try to repeat many time for something. So why they repeat like this? Because we will more understand. Maybe in the next time try to, for example, when we talking about the Newton law, maybe first is an Newton law, third Newton law, and then the next, after student understand, we can go the next step. But in the next step, when we talking about the second Newton law, we can also give about Newton third law, like that. The other interesting is what is about the effectivity of the formative feedback. And then the other is when we only use like Android based or slide PowerPoint, we only give a feedback to student. The teacher not have information about whether student try the formative feedback or not. We can also use Moodle, so the PowerPoint slide is sent to the upload to the Moodle, and we can monitoring whether the student open or not. But when we using like another application, maybe in the next we use a web-based formative assessment, so we can give a feedback to student, but also give a feedback to the teacher. In our research is only conceptual understanding, maybe because in Indonesia, maybe in physics, especially conceptual understanding is still difficult by student. And then the other is using a new theory like resource theory to improve the formative computer-based formative feedback. And Dr. Kusairi from Physics Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Science, University Malang. You can contact me in Center Kusairi.
Astaga, aku dari tadi ngidupi kamera ya. Dari tadi ngidupi kamera.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sumari.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sendat Kuseri, for giving such an informative and interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the Q&A session. We still have around 15 minutes. You can type your question on the chat room, and committee will collect your question from chat box. Here it is. We already have two questions here. The first question from Mr. Reza IT, Universitas Negeri Malang. In the developing the computer-based formative feedback that you gave, was it only to improve student conceptual understanding? Is it possible to design feedback to improve problem-solving skill, critical thinking, or so on? Maybe or others, yeah. Secondly, the question from Desna Ardina, Universitas Negeri Malang. Could you advise how to implement this assessment procedure at secondary school? For a moment, there is two questions from participant. Okay, are you ready to answer, Mr. Sendat?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sumari, for the question. Firstly, thank you very much for Mr. Reza, my colleague. Yes, in many of our computer-based formative feedback, they focusing on conceptual understanding. But some of our students also try to use the computer-based formative feedback to improve the student problem solving. So we inspired by another test that firstly we give a difficult or complex test to the student, but the difficulties is only because in problem solving usually they not only choose but they write something, and this is maybe interesting to try to use a computer. In my experience, I think computer can only use what short answer. I think short answer is can doing by computer, and then after that we can make another like multiple choice or true false question, and then when the student give a feedback, after that they try to answer the complex question again. Some of our students try to do that, but maybe with Mr. Reza Ristakwa, we can improve this for improving student critical thinking and etc. Thank you, Mr. Reza. The other question is
second question, Mr.
Yes, second question from Desa Ardina. Thank you very much for the question. Could you advise how to implement this assessment procedure at secondary school? Yeah, yes, I think firstly, try to understand there are many key elements of formative assessment, but usually we use key element that developed by Black and William, the 5 key element. So firstly is try to understand the 5 key element and then try to integrate the 5 key element in your 3D classroom teaching and learning. After that, if you, for example, you need more time to talking with students, you can use a computer like Moodle and etc. And usually because we have many different problems to students, I think make a formative feedback that give a student gradually and step-by-step feedback is very important. I think Miss Desna Atina, I waiting for your research about the implementation of formative assessment, computer-based formative assessment in secondary school. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sendot. There is additional question from participant. Question number 3 come from Husaini, Universitas Negeri Malang. The question is how to create, covered by the question. How to create the item in the software which help the student to feel more than happy to learn. And then the question number 4 come from Muson from Michigan University. Can you apply computer-based formative assessment for assessing science process skill instead of content knowledge? Okay, Mr. Sendot, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sumari. The question comes from my brother, Mr. Kusaini. How to create item in the software so student to feel more than happy to learn. I think it's very interesting. One of our students also tried to make a multimedia test, like multimedia. For example, when we teaching about or we are learning about the kinematic, some of tests is very abstract, and then my student try to make a or video or like animation, so the student can play the animation and understand about the question. From this research, we know that with the multimedia learning, multimedia test, the student say that they more understand and they more interest in the multimedia test. But in the result, they fail to answer the question because they still not understand about the kinematic. Maybe Mr. Kusaini can develop more item in when you come to Malang. And then question from our brother, Mr. Mukson, can we apply computer formative assessment for assessing science process skill? Yes, we have a problem in like for experiment and etc. But with the for example, with the development of computer, now we know about the AR, visual realistic, and maybe Brother Musan can give a student feedback with the new technology like VR or AR. Thank you, Brother Musan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Senat Husairi, for the answers. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 3 minutes for this session. If you do have any question for the keynote speaker and want to deliver your question yourself directly, you can raise your hand and deliver your question. Don't forget to unmute the microphone and preferably have your camera turned on. Maybe any participant want to ask directly? No one? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end of the first plenary session today. Before I close this session, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker have presented. First, it is a challenge giving computer-based formative assessment for large number of students and the different needs of each. And then second, innovation need to be done by optimizing computer-based formative assessment. Okay, thank you, the audience and participant, for the question, and warm gratitude to Associate Professor Dr. Senat Husairi for the fruitful presentation. Before we close this session, please give your applause to our wonderful keynote speaker. Okay, where's the certificate? Certificate for Mr. Senat. Okay, maybe next we will send a certificate for Mr. Senat as an expression of gratitude from committee. And this one, maybe. Started screen share. Okay. It is a certificate for Associate Professor Dr. Senat as keynote speaker. No cash money. I'm very sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sumari and committee.
Thank you very much. I shall now return the program to our MC. Ms. Nova Aryani, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Senat and Dr. Sumari, on the topic of assessment. It's very interesting. Thank you very much. Before we continue to the next plenary session, we are going to have Dr. Habibin to give a tutorial for the presenters on how to upload your paper. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Habibin.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nova Aryani. Thank you very much also for Dr. Senat Husairi for the enlightening presentation. Unfortunately, the only thing that committee can provide is only the certificate for token of appreciation. Out of that, you can contact Mr. Sumari, the head of chemistry department, that can provide additional token of appreciation. I think he already prepared for Dr. Senat. Okay, because the second keynote speaker for today's session is 30 minutes more, so I'm going to use this slot to inform to the participant how to upload your full paper. Because many of participants text me yesterday regarding this issue. So I think it's better to demonstrate it here, so everybody can upload his or her full paper in a correct manner. Yeah. So let me share the screen. Okay, so basically just the same as you register your and you upload your abstract. Just go to register and submit now from the ICoMSE website, or you can go directly to your CMT account. Okay, log in as usual. And you can see the list of your paper. If you upload one abstract, so only one you can see there. If more than one, you can see more. So let's say, for example, this one, just click edit submission like this. And then you can see, okay, scrolling down, upload from computer. But remember, don't remove the abstract, just leave it there, because this will give a committee the information for the next step. Because in the next step, we are going to do a blind review, but still you upload your full paper with complete information regarding the author, the affiliation, etc. The blind review is committee business, so just leave it there. And then I will remind one thing for all the participants, because I found many cases that not all the authors are provided. So even in the paper there are more than one author, but here only one author listed. So add all of your author. Just write down their email here. If the author already registered in the CMT, it not has to be this ICoMSE. It can be another conference, as long as they use CMT as the platform for the full paper management. So the email will be detected, and then it will come out automatically. So just for example, if I write down Mr. Sumari here, and then add, okay, Mr. Sumari is come out automatically because Mr. Sumari already there. If not, so you can enter the new email. Wait, for example, what is the email? Okay, user was not found because the one who have this email is not recognized by the CMT, meaning she or he hasn't registered. So just write down the name here, the first name, for example, and the last name. Organization, yeah, that's Department of Chemistry. Yeah, hopefully at least he will be the lecturer in this department, maybe. Okay, don't forget to tick the subject area relevant to your paper area. If it's chemistry education, tick this one. With biology education, tick this one. Physics, tick this one. Okay, go back to educational technology. Yeah. So, and then add. Okay, you can see all the author is listed here. Okay, because this is just demonstration, so I have to remove Mr. Sumari again from the list of my paper. My apologies, Mr. Sumari. Okay, that's just that's just demonstration. Okay, I know that everybody can do. Don't forget after you upload, save change. Yeah, this one. Otherwise, your full paper will not be there if you don't press this one. Okay, save change. Okay, yeah. I think that's all for the tutorial for the full paper upload. Hopefully everybody can upload the paper on time. just for a reminder that the deadline for full paper is August 5th, meaning tomorrow, right? So you still have very, very long time, more than 24 hours to prepare your full paper. It's a very long time to prepare more than 2 papers, I suppose. Is it, Mr. Sumari and Mr. Santan? Okay. Again, that's all for the demonstration for the full paper tutorial. Thank you very much. I pass back the time to our MC, Ms. Nova Aryani. Ms. Nova Aryani, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Habibin, for the tutorial. I hope it will help the presenters to upload their papers. But if you have any question, feel free to post your questions in the chat box. Before we start the plenary session, we still have around 20 minutes before the second plenary session. So feel free to have a break for 20 minutes and then we can go back and start the second plenary session.
Sorry, I don't know.
Yo, let's rap you up, let's rap more. Hey, PKKMB Lenceng. Ciro lupa.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just got question from authors that regarding how if there is some change in the abstract or in the abstract. So I just give the answer here in case this case is applicable to other as well. So if there is any change in your abstract, so just change it and then re-upload again in the in your account. Yeah, because one of the purpose of we present our work in international seminar is to get the feedback from others, right? So we use the feedback to improve the quality of our paper. So again, if there is any change, maybe based on the feedback that you get when you present your work, or any data come out after you uploaded your abstract, so just change it and then upload the new abstract. Okay, yeah, can the abstract be revised? Yeah, yes, you can revise the abstract. Okay, any other question before we start the second keynote speaker? Okay, another question come from my WhatsApp. Oh, this one is very enthusiastic author, because he or she asks about the payment. Okay, don't be too hurry to pay your AAP publication fee. We will let you know when your abstract, when your paper is accepted, because after you upload your full paper, the paper will be reviewed. Yeah, at least 2 reviewers will review your paper, and then after that we will decide whether your paper is accepted or not. So when it is accepted, we will announce, and then after that you can send your payment for the IEP publication. Until now, don't send the payment yet. If you send it now, it's difficult for me. Maybe it is a bonus for the committee. Okay, thank you very much. If there is no more question, I pass back again the time to the MC. Oh, one. I mean re-upload because there is a little error in the numbers. Yes, just the same. Yeah, any rephrase you can do, and then re-upload the abstract.
Okay, so just to make it clear, Pak Habibin, they can upload a couple of times, right? If they make mistakes.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. And please do not pay any author fees first, because your paper needs to be reviewed first. Yeah. But I think some of the presenters are confused. How much money does it take to publish their papers? So that's why they asked that question. But yes, I think Pak Habibin has explained about that. Okay, any more questions? Feel free to post your questions in the chat box if you still have a question regarding how to upload your paper.
Oh yeah, one more. I think there's a question regarding the template. Actually, the template already uploaded in the website. But if there is any, I don't know, some authors say that there is unclear explanation regarding the template. We will re-upload again in the WhatsApp group. So just maybe tomorrow we will, this afternoon, I think, yeah, because tomorrow is the deadline. Yeah, because I believe you already have the full paper. Maybe you just confused regarding the template. So correcting the template is easier, right? Instead of write down from the beginning. Okay. We use the paper number using the one mentioned in the book of abstract with 6 numbers instead of original 3 numbers. What apa maksudnya? We use the paper numbers. Okay, yeah. I got the question. So when you registered, you get a unique code, three numbers unique code, right? And then when you saw the list of the book of abstract, there is additional number. It is the additional number given by the Secretariat Division to provide more specific classification of your paper. So by seeing your code, because from the original one, from the CMT, there is no specific classification of your paper. Can be from chemistry education, can be from physics education, or other subject area. That's why the Secretariat Division give additional number to provide a more specific information regarding your paper. So by seeing your code that's listed in the book of abstract, we can know that, oh, this one is biology education, this one is chemistry. But the number from your CMT, the 3 unique code is still there. You can find it. I think like, for example, BE, and then the 3 number is your number from the CMT. And then after that, there is additional number. This is the code from the committee. Yeah, the 3 other numbers. Yeah.
So which one will you use, the new one in the book of abstract? So the 2 abjad and 6 numbers. We use that?
Okay, yeah. Just use the recent one, the more current one. Yeah. The most current one, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any other question? Okay, I think that's all. Again, if you if you still have a question, you can drop me a text or other committee that the WhatsApp number provided in our website. They will very happy to answer your question. Thank you very much.
One more. I'm sorry.
Oh, one more.
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Yeah.
In the book of abstract, I see that some of my paper, my name is not included because maybe you have a certain number put there, not too many.
Okay.
But in the paper, my student put my name there. What happened with that?
Okay, I think the issue is like I explained before. When they enter the list of the contributors, they don't enter all the contributors' name. So it's happened in many papers. I can see it. That's why in my first presentation in this session, I tell everybody to include all the authors in the CMT account. So because the committee take the names from the CMT account to make it automatic. Because if they have to check from one paper to another paper, it will very time consuming. So they just automatically download it from the CMT. So only the name registered by the author who registered the paper will be listed there. So may I apologize, but we will make sure that for the next step, particularly for the IEP publishing, all the name will be included, because IEP will send back the paper that not registered for all the authors listed in the paper. So don't worry about that. We will make sure that all the authors' name will be included for the next step.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, again, Ms. Nova, I pass back the time to you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Pak. Thank you, Bu Hera, for the question. If you have any more questions, feel free later along the conference. You can ask the committee regarding how to upload your paper. We will start the plenary session at 9:30. So we still have around 13 minutes for a break before we start the session. So please enjoy your short break, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat datang kawan di kota pendidikan, Universitas Negeri Malang. Belajar di sini untuk cita impian. Salam cakrawala, itu milik kita.
Percaya diri untuk raih prestasi, tunjukkan jati diri, wujudkan imajinasi. Bergerak selalu, tak pernah diam, giat berkarya untuk capai cita.
Wawasan luas adalah jawaban. That's right. Untuk menggapai masa depan. Pribadi yang pekerti dan saling menghormati pada setiap pribadi tak terkecuali.
Kecerdasan adalah kemampuan untuk adaptasi dalam perubahan. Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
inovasi tiada henti.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Belajar itu penting, jangan dibawa pusing. Baca buku yang sering, walaupun ongoing. Semangat mencapai impian dengan belajar dan terus belajar. Walau rintang dan silih berganti, tetap hadapi dengan hati yang sabar. Makan nasi rasanya hambar, hati boleh ambil, tetapi prestasi harus tetap ku kejar.
Dan pengalaman, mampu dan adil untuk jalankan kewajiban. Tak kenal lelah, untuk pengalaman yang banyak, jujur dan bijak dalam bertindak.
Beradaptasi dengan sekitar, bagai mentari yang sedang berkijar. Jadi diri sendiri, gak perlu basa-basi. Kenali diri tuh, kembangkan imajinasi.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
berkarya dan terus berkarya.
Universitas Negeri Malang,
lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang. Inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri. Universitas Negeri Malang. Berkarya dan terus berkarya. Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan asa menuju cita. Universitas Negeri Malang. Inovasi tiada henti. Universitas Negeri Malang. Lambungkan prestasi untuk negeri.
Welcome, Professor Zaidatun.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, let me try my slide to share first my slide, whether it works or not. Let me.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you disable me to share screen.
Oh yeah, should make a co-host first for Professor Zaida.
Okay, sorry, wait a minute. The IT team will assign you as the co-host. Sudah? Sudah. Okay, I think it's okay now. Prof. Zaida, you can share your.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Okay, yeah, that's running well.
Running well. Okay, so meaning that you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I stop sharing
Yeah.
first. Then later on I will share it back. Okay. How are you in Indonesia?
We are doing well. Yeah, I think everything is. I don't know. It's not really well, but we are doing well.
Not very well. We are
Not
saying
very
we
well,
are
yeah,
doing
but
well,
yeah.
but actually we know the situations
Yeah.
about the COVID-19 pandemics. Yeah, what we should do, we just actually stay with it and then make sure that it's not going to be spread out.
Yeah. The only thing we do is not too mobile, and then just do your activity mostly in home.
Yeah.
And then Malang is one of the red zone, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Malang is one of the red zone.
Yeah,
Like
red zone. Yeah.
Johor, I think yes, but we, in terms of the numbers of cases, we are the third highest in Malaysia, in terms of state. But in the area of UTM, we are still, I think, not really a red zone in UTM. Okay.
That's nice. Hopefully this pandemic will over soon, so everything will go back to normal. It seems our life for the last 1.5 year, I think, not really good, right? Like everything is limited, and then you can, everything is limited. Yeah, hopefully it will over very soon.
Yeah, hopefully it will be open soon, and then it will be like other kinds of disease that stay with us. Okay. And I think the vaccines, and also they will find the best medicine might be to cure those who actually infected with the virus.
Okay. I think we can start the second session.
Okay, shall we start soon? Now? I mean, yeah, Professor Zaida, Dr. Safwa, is that okay? Yeah? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to have the second plenary session with our second keynote speaker, Professor Zaidatun Binti Tasir, from the Dean of the Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, University Technology Malaysia. Thank you very much, Professor Zaidatun, who is also our collaborator and partner to hold this conference. We would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Ratnat Safwatunida. I would like to read her short profile. Dr. Safwatun received her bachelor's degree and master's degree from Universitas Negeri Malang, and completed her doctoral degree in chemistry education from University of Bremen, Germany. Without further ado, Dr. Safwa, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Novariani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still being with us at the 5th International Conference on Mathematics and Science Education 2021, organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Malang. I'm Safwatunida, very honored to be the moderator for the second plenary session today. A talk that will be delivered by our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zaidatun Binti Tasir. We already have our keynote speaker in the Zoom. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam.
How are you, Professor?
Fine. Yeah, still copes with the working from home, and also sometimes working from the office. It's all as a blended learning environments. It's a blended learning and blended working environments.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully everything will be better in the future, in the near future. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, please allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Zaidatun Binti Tasir is a professor at the Department of Science and Mathematics Education and Creative Multimedia, School of Education, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, University Technology Malaysia, where she also serves as the Dean of the faculty. In addition to that, she is a professional technologist at the Malaysia Board of Technologies. And she is a research group member of Creative and Innovative Technology in Education, Smart Digital Research. And you can save her contact person ID, like the phone number and also the email address in case you have any questions or interest in her research and work. And for the educational background, in 1995, she achieved her Bachelor of Science in Computer with Education from University Technology Malaysia. And in 1998, she completed her Master of Education in Educational Media and Computers from Arizona State University. And in 2003, she got her Doctorate of Philosophy in Education and Technology, Multimedia University Technology Malaysia. Her most noteworthy projects are in the area of educational technology and its application in the learning of science, mathematics, and computer science subjects, both at school and higher education levels. And her current research focus is on crafting innovative pedagogies for future-ready educators and graduates. Okay, Professor Dr. Zaidatun Binti Tasir has received a number of honors and awards, such as the winner of New Academia Learning Innovation Award in 2020, and also the Top Research Scientist Malaysia 2020. Next, please. She is a member of Malaysia Board of Technology and also editorial board members in some Malaysian journal. And for the publication, she has great number of publication in reputable international journals. And one of the latest articles is an e-learning environment embedded with sign language videos, research into its usability and the academic performance and learning patterns of deaf students, which was published in Educational Technology Research and Development, which is Q1 journal and listed in the Web of Science. Okay, very extensive working experience that I believe today we will learn a lot from our keynote speaker. And for the following 40 to 45 minutes, we will listen to the talk about transformation of research in science and mathematics educations since COVID-19. And it will be followed by question and answer sessions for 20 minutes. For all the participants or committee who have questions, feel free to write down the questions in the chat box during the talk. So you don't have to wait until the end of the talk to post your questions. Please write down the question using the format ask_name_institution and _questions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Zaidatun Binti Tasir. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Safa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you, Universitas Negeri Malang, for inviting me to be one of the keynote speakers for the 5th International Conference on Mathematics and Science Education 2021. Such a conference that I believe suitable and where we will discuss about science and mathematics education. Thank you very much also to Dr. Sahwa for introducing a background about myself. When someone actually explain about your background, then you realize how many years that you have been devoted your life in academia. And this is where sometimes you recall back your moments, your experience, your hassles, your energy that you put in the academia. I believe those who actually attend this conference, you actually can recall back how many years that you have been spent your times and your working times for the academia. So I believe this is the right platforms, and with that I will share my thought and my experience in doing research related to science, mathematics educations and embedded with technologies since 1995. Let me share my screen. And I will pass the slide later on to the organizing committee so that you can refer it later. So when I received the invitations, then I try to analyze on what are the suitable topic that I should deliver for today's sharing session. And I believe this is actually the current topics that we are having, the COVID-19 pandemics. This is where I would like to share the transformation of research in science and mathematics education since the COVID-19. Although COVID-19 only struck the nation in 2020, last year, but I believe the impact of this COVID-19 on learning and teaching, especially in research in science and mathematics education, we can see the high impacts of these pandemics to not only to Indonesia, but to Malaysia and to the whole world, especially in schools, in higher eds, where the landscape of education has been changed a lot. Although we are actually approaching our second year having this pandemic. Okay, let me try to share a little bit why the research in science and mathematics education is very important. Everybody knows, I believe, the situations of where both countries all countries, I believe Indonesia and Malaysia, we join our evaluation in teams. This is a little bit to share on our progress in our participation and our performance in teams since 1999 to 2019, where you can see that it just like flip-flop. Our ranking in teams, teams is actually focusing on mathematics. Our ranking in teams has been flip-flop from 1999 to 2019. And after COVID, after this pandemic, we are not sure where are we in terms of our performance in team. And this is actually a very important indicators where you would like to compare the performance of your children in your country with other countries around the world. And this is a little bit on our analysis, on our teams, assessment, on mathematics and science. In terms of the marks, is still decreased along the way from 1999, but there are some positive performance inside it, where in terms of the highest score, a few of our students has been able to achieve the highest score up to 700. So that's a kind of good news. But when we talk about the average of the performance, is still in the points that live below the mean levels, the average level. So you can see that Malaysia, no doubt, in terms of our PISA, we have another one, our PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment. In 2018, the latest one, in terms of our score in reading, mathematics, and science, we're still below the average of the world OECD average. This is another main concern by our government. And of course, when we talk about the concern by the government, those who actually in the education, including all of us today, we have to work towards it, and we have to help the governments to make sure that the visibility and the performance of our children will be on par at the international level. So this is when we zoom in terms of PISA. The score of our PISA is still below the average of OECD, and this is the score for from 2000 to 2018. And another 3 years to go will be, I think this year or next year, coming next year, because of COVID, we do not know our score, and might be also it will change the whole landscape of the performance of other countries in PISA. This is the interesting point that we would like to look into it. And this is a trend of our PISA from 2009 to 2018. Although it looks like we increase a little bit, but the score is still below the OECD average. Okay, and pandemic, voila, pandemic COVID-19 struck the nation in 2020. It's not an issue for Malaysia, Indonesia only. This is the issue of the global issue, which is actually approaching the second year of COVID-19 pandemics. We can see the tremendous changes in the landscape of education. Of course, the COVID in 2020 has made I think all the schools, including the university, closed, and I believe still now there might be some of the university in the world they have the process of blended learning, but totally they will announce the close of university to all students. Might be about 20 to 30% of the students still in campus, but still we are not actually 100% open to all. Okay, this is in terms of the global situation, where you can see that by 28 July 2021, the numbers of deaths approaching the 4 millions, and the confirmed cases around the world is 195 millions. And the vaccine doses among those around the world, we are approaching at 3 millions, and we hope that will be increased soon. And so many stories that we hear about the vaccine, whether it will kill us from the virus, or whether it's just going to assist us to fight the virus. So there's so many issues that has been discussed about it. And Southeast Asia, if you look at the confirmed cases, is 38 million. So this is actually a huge numbers that affected and the landscape of education, including in Southeast Asia. And of course, when we talk about the impacts of COVID on educations, it has been forced billions of students to stay at home, and it has been changed totally on the teaching and learning among children, including in science and mathematics, and how actually the phases of higher, if you focus on the multiple phases of higher education respond to COVID-19, and when we with the first strike on February and March, like for example in Malaysia, 17 March, we have been announced totally locked down to the whole activities in Malaysia, including higher ed. So this is where within that 2 weeks, we call it first as a holiday, but it's not a holiday. It's a 2 weeks transitions that we have to get ready ourselves, especially our professors and all the school teachers about where to go next. We must continue our teaching and learning. This is where in the phase 1, we can see the rapid transitions to the remote teaching and learning. And of course, after that, phase 2, we learn, we try to improve about it. And we actually now in phase 4, which is actually 2021 and beyond, whether we still going to stick with what we call it online learning, or we will be blended in the following years as an educational technologies, because that is my expertise. I believe the best way for higher ed, including schools, will be moving towards the quality of blended learning, which is actually the things that make us worried a lot nowadays, especially at school, whether our children feel interested back to go back to face-to-face learning and meet their friend, because you know that almost about 1.5 years they are staying at home with the families, with the environments of home-based learning and so on. So whether they are ready or not to communicate back with their friend, they are excited to meet their friend, but whether they can cope back to the situation of face-to-face learning, this is a question that we need to explore and do some research about it. And we talk about the pathway of blended learning. This is the way forwards. And in UTM, we believe that we should actually working together, the online and the offline. No doubt, some courses, some subject, it must be conducted in face-to-face, but we believe that some courses or subject can be delivered through online, and might be the best way to deliver it through online learning. So this is where for those who actually the leaders in higher eds, the leaders in school, we should actually look the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity for us to transform the landscape of our teaching and learning and education. And no doubt, the use of online tools around the world among the schools and students and parents has been, I think, increased very well. And this is where some of the new tools that we never heard before this have been used by most of our friends, and it looks like we have been changed. The process of teaching and learning, the strategies of teaching and learning among them, and it looks like they are quite ready to be what we call it as future ready educators, because as a future ready educators, this is all the tools that our students use in their daily life. But we as an educators, we have to actually, if we can able to use this kind of tools in our teaching and learning, meaning that we can able to attract their attentions towards learning. And when we talk about the strike of pandemics, the core things that we have to focus is on integrated learning and teaching, a push for science and mathematics. And the best way to integrate the whole dimensions of knowledge in teaching and learning. The best models, I believe some of you knows about this model, the technological, pedagogical content knowledge. The best about the beauty and the uniqueness about this model is that it will cater 3 dimensions of knowledge, which is actually the content knowledge, which is actually the science and mathematics knowledge in teaching, the technological knowledge, your knowledge in using all the technology tools, your knowledge not only using the tools, but your knowledge to be creative using the technology, and of course your knowledge on teaching and learning. If you are a person who really expert in science and mathematics, you graduated with a PhD in science and mathematics education, but if you are not actually good in pedagogical knowledge, uh, you will face challenges to teach the science and mathematics among students, to students, because you do not know the best way to teach the science and mathematics to the student. And nowadays, if you only cover the pedagogical knowledge and the content knowledge, you're a good teacher, expert in the knowledge, content expert, you're good in teaching and learning, but you did not actually integrate the use of technological tools inside it. While you can see that there are so many resources nowadays in YouTube, in internet, that they can just sit it and browse into it, they can just find the best and excellent resources for them in learning. So these are the three elements that I believe we should actually cover as an educators and as a researcher. And this is also the dimension that we can explore in terms of research in science and mathematics. Okay. And talking about this TPACK framework, if you look at the technological knowledge, is about the technology integration matrix, where you can actually explore on the entry level whether you are just introduce the technology in your teaching and learning, or you might be adopt the teaching and learning, and might be you adapt it. If you adapt it in the context of science and mathematics education, then you are doing research related to science and mathematics education, and you might be going to infuse it or transform it. Same goes to the pedagogical knowledge, where you can explore on the innovative pedagogy in teaching and science and mathematics. And also you can actually looking into also the content knowledge. The content knowledge is reflecting the Bloom digital taxonomy. I'm talking about Bloom digital taxonomy. It's not the original Bloom taxonomy. Nowadays, with in the 21st century, we should focus on the content knowledge in the perspective of Bloom digital taxonomy. So this is actually the gaps that you can see, that if you're good in pedagogy and you're good in terms of content, but you are not good in terms of technology, we can label you as good but dated. But if you might be good in pedagogy and good in 21st century technology, you might be able to create exciting learning environment, but disconnected, because you did not actually focus on the content. So if you're good in the contents and you integrate it with the technology, you might be can label as modern, but limited, because your pedagogy is not actually reflecting the thinking of the Z generation and the Alpha generation. So the best way is that the overlapping of these three knowledge that we should actually explore, which is actually, if you are belong to this overlapping area, so you are actually a masterful of 21st century classroom, that you're focused on the essential learning, you are applying the good learning theory supported by technology. This is where the way forward of research in science and mathematics education should be focused into it. Okay, not by looking only the content part, but looking at the three dimensionals of knowledge. And talking about the content knowledge on the Bloom, the Bloom, this is just a guideline. I believe some of you knows about this. How do you cover Bloom in your teaching and learning? And when you talk about the Bloom digital taxonomy, it's actually the integrations about the technology into the Bloom revised taxonomy itself. And this is a very good example if you want to embed technology in your teaching and explore in the context of science and mathematics education research, where these diagram have been made, it mapped between the technologies and the Bloom revised taxonomy. Okay, another aspect that a very good representative diagram that to give us hint how can we embed all the tools, digital tools in Bloom Digital Taxonomy by through this diagram that I would like to share with you, which is actually the content knowledge nowadays is integrating with the technology tools. Technology no longer as a tool. Technology will be part as a knowledge. When you talk about teaching and learning, it's about science and mathematics. For example, you want to teach statistics, you are using the tools, the data analysis software in your teaching and learning. So you can use it. Technology is not a tools anymore. Technology has been transformed as knowledge, and technology has affecting the way of our thinking, including our children. This is where the disruptive factors that no doubt we have to face with it, and this is the way forwards for research in science and mathematics education. And this is some of the examples that I give it to all of you if you like to looking into how you can embed the technology as a part of knowledge in your content knowledge when you teach science and mathematics. And this is actually the ones that related to the samples of TPAC. Okay, the last one you can see that if you include all the 3 dimensions of knowledge, so you actually should be able to teach a lesson that appropriately combine the theories, the cultures context with technologies, with through a very innovative teaching and learning strategies. So this is just examples that where you check yourself, where are you based on this table. And I produce one diagram to guide everybody's if you think that how can I integrate this TPAC in my learning outcome, in my teaching and learning. CLO is a course learning outcome. In Malaysia, subject known as courses. Subject known as courses. So if you are referring to this content knowledge, your content learning, course learning outcome must reflecting the digital Bloom taxonomy. And when you go to the pedagogical part, if you would like to be called as future-ready educators, you have to focus on these innovative pedagogies such as heterogogies, pedagogies, cybergogies, and collaborative learning, and so others methods. This afternoon session, I have another session with University Kebangsaan Malaysia, sharing some of my thoughts and my practices implementing the heterogogy as part of assessment method and also as a part of teaching and learning methods for the Z generation. And if you're talking about the technology knowledge, this is a tool that you should use in your teaching and learning so that you will actually show that your teaching and learning integrates all the 3 dimensions of knowledge. Okay. And this is a part of it. If I zoom it to the technological knowledge, and you can see that this is the Bloom, using the Bloom taxonomy, and the course learning outcome that you can focusing on. You can compare it between the Bloom taxonomy, the revised Bloom, and Bloom digital taxonomy. And this is some of this is a current tools based on the survey from all the technologies around the world. This is where you can focus on it. If you would like to have an informal learning, this is the tools that you can use. If you would like to enhance the social learning part, then this is all the other tools that you can use. And if you would like them to study by themselves, then you can actually encourage your students to use the suggested tool here. Okay. And this is a top 100 tools for workspace learning for 2020. This survey has been done by our freelance Jane Hartz. If you follow her survey, her finding every year, then you can see that how the changes of the landscape of teaching and learning tools in higher ed and also in school. Okay. Okay, let us look on the quick transitions to the emergency remote teaching, which is actually has been affected a lot in terms of our research, where we can see that the modification of the teacher education itself, if you're training teachers, You have to modify the curriculums of the teacher education, the adoptions of online interactive tools. How can you address and how to address the emergent concern? There are so many emergent concern and the stress among the students. The shifting foresee of the science methods courses. We can't actually have the face-to-face science experiments till now in Malaysia. How can we transform it? And the collaboration with the larger community. One of the beauty about these COVID-19 pandemics on the perspective of teamwork, we can see that peoples around the world, experts around the world, they try to work in team to help to solve the problems. For example, when the nation struck with the pandemics, COVID-19 pandemics, some of the companies who actually own the synchronized technological tool communication tools, they give us free access to use the tools. This is where you can see that people are helping each other when it comes to the emergency situations that we're having in 2020. Okay, another things that the maths education trends, we can see the use of digital technology, not just the tools. I keep, as you know that I'm actually the dean of the faculty, I keep reminding my colleagues, when you go for online learning, this is not just transferring, taking your PowerPoint and all your teaching and learning notes, voila, put it in Zoom and teach it. No, that's not the way. Okay, when you transform, you move to online learning, everything must be changed. The learning activities must be changed. The assessment method must be changed because the environment totally different. So the use of digital technology here is very important, not as a tools only, but to change the ways of your teaching and learning methods. Okay, and then the philosophy of mathematics education has been changed. I will show you what do I mean by the philosophy of mathematics education has been changed, and due to because of these situations where we cannot have a face-to-face learning, the critical mathematics education also has been changed. These are three areas that we need to explore starting from this year and the way forwards related to science and mathematics education research. Okay. Another thing is that the three areas with serious implications for equitable access to high quality mathematics teaching and learning. Because when the COVID-19 pandemic struck the nation, the equitable access has been disruptive. So it has been affected. So the structures, which is actually looking at what are the equitable structures that will best support the student, the teaching practices, and the advocacy. This is actually the things that we should focus in research. And the opportunity is the integrated learning of science and mathematics. I believe when we cannot have the face-to-face learning and teaching anymore, so this is where when the teachers and the educators, if you keep staying in your own discipline only, meaning that, what do I mean by that is that, let's say you are mathematics teachers or you are mathematics researcher. If you are looking mathematics research in your own area only, okay, you are not looking on integrate it with other disciplines, other methods and so on, I think this is totally not the way that we encourage you to do. Okay, so because for example in UTM, I would like to share in UTM this coming semester, I've been set up a one meeting with my deputy deans of academic. I say to my deputy deans of academic, we have to make sure all the lecturers who teach the students sit together, talk with each other, look into your how many assignment that you will give to your student this coming semester. Because in Malaysia nowadays, we receive so many concern. The student is actually stressed. They have to do up to 30 assignment in one semester. So this is where we have to sit together. We try to embed what we call it integrated assessment. Might be we have to combine certain courses. When you teach mathematics, you might be combine it with other classes that will teach by other lecturers and move forwards and teach it together. So this is where you can see the STEM approach, where everybody knows that STEM is integrated between science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into the contents of your science and mathematics teaching. Okay. And of course, when you talk about integrated thinking, then the computational thinking is the way forward, and the mathematical thinking is where you need to combine it between these two, because when you teach mathematics, we use a lot the tools in our teaching and learning. Same goes to science. And this is some of the themes. If you refer to a paper by Baker, Kai, and Zenger, this is a COVID-19 themes in maths education research. This research is very interesting to read. You just can Google it and you can get the full papers of it, but I summarize it in my keynote so that to assist all of you to understand about the way forwards about maths education research. Becker, Kai, and Zenger have conducted 2 surveys. First one, they conducted in 2019 before COVID-19 struck the nation. And then they conducted it again in 2020, the same to the same respondent, the same questions, and their conclusion from 44 countries around the world. The conclusion that they conclude from the findings saying that before 2019, this is the area of maths education research that we should focus. Teaching approaches, curriculums, goals, relation to practice outside mathematics, educations, teacher professionals, developments, technology, the effects, the equity, and assessment. But the finding in 2020 after COVID-19, not really after COVID-19, during COVID-19, no changes on the 9 responses about these themes, but clearly different view. They are looking at these 9 themes from different view, and the rest of the response saw the importance of initial themes reinforced these 9 themes, and new questions or themes also has been emerged from their survey in 2020. And what's next? What's next after COVID? This is actually 2023. That one, I'll predict some of the future direction of maths education research. Detail about the finding, I would like to share it from that 9 themes. The first theme is on the teaching approach and strategies. You can see that in 2019, they say that the expert in maths education saying that we should focus on collaborative learning, personalized learning, cross-curricular themes, visualization, promote connective developments, and how can teaching be entertaining or engaging. But during COVID-19, this is the finding that's to enhance the themes of teaching approach and strategies. And they suggest that we should focus on modeling, critical thinking, and mathematical or statistical literacy, the importance of promoting interaction, especially social interaction, online social interaction, still encourage collaboration, higher order thinking, but on the perspective of distant education, the challenge-based educations. Okay, that is what based on this theme. Okay, it's very interesting. As a maths education researcher, this is really give me hint the way forward that I should focus for the research in my maths education. In terms of curriculum, the themes in 2019, the dimension that they found out about curriculum, of course, focus on coherent mathematics curriculum, balancing the topics, the influence of assessment. The mathematics teachers are often not prepared to teach statistics. The statistic is actually the main concern that has been raised out from this research. The textbook analysis, that is the focus, the themes has been emerged from 2019 survey. But for 2020 during the COVID, most of the respondents say, the expert in mathematics education says that look at free high quality curriculum resources, because there's so many resources out there. You just Google it, sit down, and you can find there's so many MOOCs, there are so many open educational resources for learning science and mathematics. A shift can be observed from online resources to other types of media, such as radio and TV. Because when you look at the remote area, they don't have access at internet access. They only might have TV or might be radio. So this is the way forwards, using the low technology in teaching science and mathematics, and it needs research to do that. Okay. It looks like we are actually back to our 20 years ago, isn't it? We have a TV and radio before this in science and mathematics teaching. But now, because we cannot have face-to-face, we are using low technology in science and mathematics teaching. And of course, the next one, the themes of goal. Goals for 2019 should be focused on critical thinking as a fundamental goal, societal goal, resolving the climate change, the statistical literacy, help learners deploy evidence, reasoning, argumentation, and proof. That's going to be our goals in learning in mathematics. But in 2020, we should emphasize more on bigger societal issue. Yes, it's online society because we cannot meet face-to-face. It was stressed that our planet need to be safe. This is another issue that we should looking into it. And the big question is what the roles of mathematics education can play in meeting these challenges. The statistical and data literacy has been one of the things that we should focus in 2020 and above. The few pandemic specific topics were mentioned, such as exponential growth in mathematics education. In terms of the themes on relations to other practices, 2019, they suggest us to focus on three, STEM and STEAM, highlighting the boundaries crossing with disciplines, parents or families, workplace, the involvement of parents and families. But during this COVID, most of mathematics educators, they suggest us to look into the relationship between schools and home has become much more important. And parental involvement and homework prove relevance in the current situation lockdown. And this is need research. This need research in terms of mathematics and science education research. We need to monitor students and their works and to promote self-regulation and more stress on political, economic, and financial contexts in which mathematics education function. What are the functions of mathematics in terms of economics, politicals, and financials context? For the teacher professional development, 2019, in detail, they asked us to focus on teacher professional development as an important domains of mathematics education research, the importance of subject matter knowledge, how to train mathematics teachers with a solid foundation in mathematics that they will will enhance positive attitudes towards maths linked with the STEM. What are professional developments motivates changes in teaching practice, and how can mathematics educator equip a student with sustainable, equitable, and citizenship? But during pandemics, most of our maths educators who answer the survey encourage us, those who focus in mathematics education research, teachers' educational and teaching abilities, especially using online learning, must be the goals of the focus of teacher professional development. And we have to change the focus of teacher professional development towards online learning. And we should strengthen their skills in using ICT. Their ability to communicate and cooperate has been injected with new connotation. How they intend to coordinate teachings on location and online, and focus on professional development is the use of technology. So this is where some findings that we should take it as our take-home notes so that we can actually transform our research in mathematics education. In terms of technology, from the survey, it looks like computational thinking, the response from 2019 respondents saying that computational thinking approach in mathematics must integrate technology, and students do not only need to learn to use technology, but the technology can also be used to learn mathematics. And new technologies such as 3D printing, photo maths, augmented and virtual realities are the one that we should focus into mathematics education research. and technology is suggested to assist in establishing the connection with other practices. And for during this COVID, you can see that they ask us to focus more on the use of video and quizzes, monitor our student. How can we monitor our students so we are not facing our student face to face? How one can compensate for the lacks of social gesturals and embodied interaction in online learning in the context of mathematics education, teaching and research, the use of smartphone, the community loudspeaker, local radio station, educational TV, the use of it in maths education research. And the equity, diversities and inclusion, this is actually the factors that have been affected a lot because of the pandemics. You can see that before this also, the equity and diversity inclusion is the main factors in mathematics education. But in 2020, it has been getting serious because of, not everybody receive equal access towards learning because of some remote location, they don't have any good internet lines and access to the online learning tools. In terms of the effect, meaning that research that focusing on the effects of any learning methods towards maths education performance. In 2019, you can see that we should focus on the psychological, social phenomena such as emotion, love. Before this, might be we are focusing on research on performance itself, but we should focus on the emotion, the love in learning mathematics among our students. And during this COVID, we should emphasize more on the concern that have been stated in 2019 and the importance of students' sense of belonging in mathematics classroom, especially they did not meet a face-to-face. How can we increase these kinds of student accountability in mathematics learning? And assessment, the evaluation of criteria should be changed in 2019 and in 2020 and beyond, which has not been explored yet, the emphasis on assessment at a distance because we are implementing distant learning nowadays. And of course, in terms of the e-assessment, the distant education is faced with the challenge of evaluating student work both formatively and summatively. New themes has been emerged from the survey of 2020, the interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, physical and virtual spaces of learning, changes of the existing teaching and learning modes, new learning theory has been emerged because of we looking forwards on home-based learning, and we are totally implementing 100% online learning. New models in mathematical thinking. This is a very interesting topic that we should explore if we are a mathematics education researcher. How existing theoretical framework can be adjusted. Okay, new theoretical orientation need to be developed to better understand and promote productive ways of mathematics teaching. The use and influence of low-tech resources, and this is where I call it. We are actually doing research that we did it 20 years ago using the low-tech resources. It's relevant nowadays. More research on what learning, teaching, and assisting maths through limited tools and the roles of community in maths education. So this is actually the new themes has been emerged from 2020 survey among the mathematics educators and experts while we're having the COVID-19 pandemics. And for science education research trend from 2010 to 2020, there is one paper has been published in 2021 looking into it, and it has been the articles and the research has looking into this theme, where you should know that from the articles of 2010 to 2020, most research are focusing only the science education per se. About 198 research are focusing on the teaching practices. 128 research are focusing on learning concept. So you can see that those are focusing on gender, social, culture from 2010 and 2020. In science education, only 5. This is where opportunity for us to explore more on this research topic. And the science literacy has been raised up in the discussion about science education research, where you can see the civil science literacy, the digital media, because the science literacy covered 3 areas: the civil science literacy, the digital media science literacy, and the cognitive science literacy. This is another area that we should focus in science education research. Okay, then you can see that this COVID-19 has been affecting the civic science literacy. The digital media literacy also has been affecting digital media science literacy, and the online learning has been affecting the cognitive science literacy, the thinking about what happened in this user and our learners thinking. And if you look at next generation science standard, this is in America. In America, they have been introduced a standard by looking at the practices, the core ideas, and cross-cutting. And you can see that it's more on the integrated models of learning science. And in Malaysia, our national secondary school curriculum standard, we are looking at what we call it as the holistic individuals, looking at the integrations of the critical creative thinking and the innovative elements into our science curriculum. And this is my prediction. I have my own prediction also, just to assist my fellow friends from Indonesia and those who attend the conference today. I predict that science and mathematics research trend will looking into the 5 main areas, which are the innovative pedagogy, the science and mathematics flexibles and integrated and tech-based curriculum, meaning that the curriculum of science and mathematics must be integrated with technology as part of the knowledge. The new science and mathematics learning theory will be emerged soon, and now also in the process of making it. The student engagement in the learning and teaching of science and mathematics has been changed. And this is my predictions and the potential topics for those who would like to do a research in science and mathematics education from now and beyond. So the instructional core also has been changed. And you can see that the context of instructional core is not between the learners and educators anymore. It will involve parents in learning. Okay, and for examples, in other country, they have the mobile science lab. This might be the way forward. It might be in Indonesia, in Malaysia in the future, because in the remote area they cannot get access to the online learning materials, where we might be going to set our mobile science lab, where the van and the transport will be go to the remote locations, and in the van and in the vehicles there will be a science lab inside it, because you know the online learning, the gap is that we cannot do any experimentals, science experimentals through online learning. And the science math delivery, I call it Grab. Usually you order food to be delivered to your home. But in the future, might be Grab also has to explore where we will deliver notes to our students, to the remote locations, book, quizzes, learning activities, feedback on learning, because we cannot meet our students. Portable disk, video, others, the science experiment kits. This is where we call it science and maths delivery. This is my prediction. It will be in the future if the COVID-19 stay with us for longer time. Okay, and might be other pandemic also will be we face in the future, other pandemics and virus. And so in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunities. So we can see that even though we actually face difficulty facing the COVID-19 pandemic, we lost the loved one and so on, but it gives us opportunities to reflect on about ourselves. So I think that's all for my sharing session. I hope I give a full insight on the landscape of research related to science and mathematics education in the future, where you can see that the changes of the landscape. It really interesting to monitor it. Every day I'm actually looking at the new papers in science and mathematics education to read, to see it. And Alhamdulillah, there's one paper that I share with you that I summarize it in my PowerPoint, that you can actually look into it. And I believe with that, you can just start your ball rollings to do research with a new topic in science and mathematics education. So with that, thank you very much. I welcome any question and answers. I end my session with wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very interesting and insightful talk, Professor. So there is always an opportunity behind a crisis, right? Okay. So now we come to the question and answer session. There are some questions from the audience. Okay. Here are the questions. The first one is from Ibu Professor Sri Rahayu. What is the best way for teachers to deliver and assess students' learning so that students don't feel stressful because they got tasks from each teacher? Parents also in the lower grades feel stressful because they must guide children and even help them to finish children's homework. Do you have a simple way to help teachers? And we don't have such a STEM project here.
Okay, so let me try to answer Professor Sri Rahayu question. Thank you very much, Ibu, for the questions. This is based on my observation, and I have been practicing a lot. Before the COVID-19 pandemic struck the nation, in UTM, we offer what we call it open distance learning program. The open distance learning program is totally, we did not meet our student face-to-face. Okay, it's totally online. And before this also I experienced as an open distance learning learners, okay, because I took several courses during my master degree as an open distance learners. What I can see that the best approach to release the stress among the children, the parents also stress about have to assist their kids in teaching and learning. The one of the approach that we can use is that we need to embed assessment in learning. Don't separate assessment. Don't practice what we call it assessment of learning. Implement what we call it assessment for learning or assessment in learning. So I practice a lot. I embed a lot assessment in my own teaching and learning. So what do I mean by that? Okay, some of us, when we teach the students, and at the end of the process, then we give them a test, or we give them, might be quiz, we give them project and assignment. If you are doing that, you try to separate your teaching and learning from the assessment. So what I did in my class is that, and this is what I've been suggesting also to teachers to do, while teaching the subject, there is where you will assess the student performance. This is what we call it, in terms of alternative assessment, we call it as integrated assessment or real-time assessment. Real-time assessment is that something like, while you teach about it, then you assess the performance of student. And it will reflect what we call it as formative assessment. It did not reflect the summative assessment. It will reflect the formative assessment. So for example, I have few assignments that I give it to my student. So I take the assignment as a main point that will be discussed in class as a teaching learning topic. This is what I did. And it really helped a lot. It really helped a lot the students to perform and to do well in the assignments. And as part of to check whether the student learn from the project, I give them self-reflection form so that I would like to know their thinking in solving the projects and in doing the project and the assignments given. So this is how you can do that. By doing that, you are not separating assessment from teaching and learning. Then I think it will release a little bit stress on the student, because students usually they stress when they face the assessment part, where they have to do the assignment alone. They don't have friend at home. Okay, they don't have friend at home. This has happened also in UTM. The trend that we can see, this is not the children, the university student. Before this, they have friends in front of them, in front of their room. If they are living in the hostel, in front of their room, their friends is actually in front of the room, next to them on the left and right and so on. They just can ignore about pay attention during their face-to-face class. Okay, but online learning, they have to concentrate. They are alone in doing the assignment. This is where by embedding your assessment in teaching and learning, making the topic, I put my topic, project 1, but behind project 1, I have to teach topic 2, topic 3, and topic 4. I'm not following anymore the sequence of the topic in teaching my subject. I'm actually looking at the integrated outcome that come up from the different topic. This is what I did in my class. Okay, so this is just a suggestion, meaning that you have to change the way that you put the sequence of your topic in teaching and learning, and school can use it. And this is where, as I did mention in my slide, STEM, the opportunity for us to integrate STEM nowadays. Do you have a simple ways to help teachers? Yes, I believe the way that you have to do is that you have to look at the integrated topics into your teaching and learning. No longer teach the silo topic as a silo topic. We don't have such a STEM project. Okay, because in Malaysia we have our government has been enforced a lot on STEM project. Even we have a center, we have what you call it National Center for STEM. This is where I think most of our teacher has been exposed with STEM. Not only teachers, the educators in higher ed also. This is a way forward. So if you don't have it, this is a good way to explore it in Indonesia. But I believe some of the researcher in Indonesia, you might be already doing STEM. But might be the integration of the STEM topic is not actually comprehensive enough. Might be the integration is between just technology and mathematics, but not looking at science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into one context, in one integration. Okay, might be, I do not know, but I believe I believe some of the expert in Indonesia, you are doing STEM, but might be the project has not been considered as a national agenda. But in Malaysia, is already a national agenda on STEM project. Okay, can I move to the second one, to Dr.
Yes, please, Professor.
Okay,
Given the pandemic will be over soon, do you think that the platform and the way in conducting teaching and learning will more ICT based?
Okay, the way forward, if you ask me, this is my perspective as a dean, the one who managing the faculty of 383 faculty members, student enrollment 3,383. Okay, believe me, my friends there. If you, I believe your dean will be here. Okay, okay. As a dean, you have to manage everything. You are not managing only the teaching and learning take place well. The students receive the teaching process, the learning process by the educators well, and so on. You have to think about financial issue. You know what? Every day I have to think about whether I have enough money to pay the salary of my colleagues. Okay, because in UTM we are doing that now. Okay, as for example, the financial models of our faculty, university right now, if you have more students, you will receive high budget and you can recruit more academic staff. Okay, that's the model that we have now in our university. So as a dean, to increase the enrollment, student enrollment, especially international student, our income from international student is our main income is from tuition fees, and international student contribute a lot to our financial income. Okay, and they cannot come to Malaysia. Okay, they don't want to come. Okay, due because of this pandemic, and they are comfortable enough now to have this online learning situation, and they keep asking me, saying that, Prof, can I stay in my country? I have new friends who would like to join a program in your faculty, but they don't want to come in Malaysia. They want to stay at their home. If I'm as a dean say that, no, we are running back face to face, so what happened to our faculty? Okay, so if you ask me the way forward, I'm predicting the platform will be there. As for the local students, for the Indonesian and Malaysia, might be blended is the best. But for the international student, you must actually running fully online program if you would like to survive as a university. And if you would like to put yourself, if you would like to see your university as a significant contributors to share in terms of sharing knowledge around the world. So that is what I can answer to Ibu Desna Abdina, from the perspective of educators, the perspective of leaders in the higher ed.
Thank you for sharing your perspective as the dean, who should manage everything, not only the teaching and learning, but also the financial issues and everything. Okay.
Not all students have good devices and internet access. Yes. You're correct, Ibu Nur. How to maximize learning and assessment during COVID-19 pandemic. You are correct, and Ibu Nur Chandra or Professor Nur Chandra, yeah, not every student have a good device and internet access. Okay, this is where, okay, as I did mention, we have to focus on the low technology resources, devices. For example, I give you one situation in my faculty. Okay, one of the program in our faculty is focusing on TVET, technology, vocational education and technology. You know that TVET is teaching about what we call it. Mechanical engineering education, how to be a teachers in vocational college and so on. Okay. And then there is one subject that they need to be in the workshop to learn about certain concept. So you know what we did in UTM, in our faculty? We sit together among the lecturers. We come up with the kits, learning kits, small learning kits, the box that we prepare to our students that they can use it. They can use and do the experiments at home. So we prepare it, and we post it to everybody. We post to every single student. We have 30 students who taking the subject. We post it to every single student these learning kits. And during the online classes, might be they are just some of them just here using handphone. They just we just have a WhatsApp call. You know that WhatsApp call can call everybody more than one caller at the same time. So they have in front of them they have the learning kits. So that is how learning take place for the situation where the student did not have a good devices and internet access. So we invest, and we invest a lot. We post everything to their home. Even we pay. For example, some of our students, they have to learn in terms of cooking because one of the subject on the TVET is about home science and everything, cooking and doing knitting and so on. So we ask them to cook at their home and learn how to do that on certain process, because we're training teachers for home science teachers. So this is where you have to explore and to be creative on it, and to do the best that you can at the situation of this COVID-19. When come to assessment, of course you cannot have an online test because they don't have an internet access. What you can do is that you can have a take-home test. To do a take-home test, need a skill. The educators, when you formulate an exam question for take-home test, you really need the skills to come up with such kind of questions, because you will promote more thinking on them, and they cannot copy paste from their friend. Okay,
so you still keep the integrity of the students while they're doing
you make it as
at home.
Personalized. You keep it as a personalized assessment. What do I mean by personalized assessment? Okay, this is one example that I did among my students. I give them a situation of programming language, but I ask them to set between the value of 1 and 10, select which value that you will use in your in your programming language. So every student must use a different value.
Okay.
So I will receive different answer in terms of the outcome, but the process is totally the same. So you will avoid plagiarism on that. Okay, so this is another thing. One of the another push that we did in our faculty, the statistic professors, they ask the student to come up with the data first. Every student has to have their own data. Okay, then they give them a problem to analyze the data. So of course, the finding of the final exam must be different, but it create more works to us lah to marking the examination question. Okay, and this is where teamwork needed. You are not teaching alone, and you need to couple with other professors. So this is what we did. We recruit more staff. We make it one class 30 students teach by 2 professors. Okay, to reduce the stress and the load, the working load of the professor also, okay? So this is what we have to do to make sure that the learning take place. But believe me or not, the performance of a student they have been increased. Before these statistic classes, few students fail. Now, nobody failed, okay? Because you are measuring the learning process. Okay,
providing the personalized learning then.
Yes.
Okay.
I give a talk. I give a talk on personalized learning a lot in Malaysia, so that they can see the way forward. Okay. In your opinion, what is a blended learning strategy that can improve the psychomotor skill of chemistry students? Please share the experience that has been done to improve the psychomotor. Okay, no doubt we have 3 domain of knowledge: affective, cognitive, and psychomotor. For psychomotor, as an educational technologies, no doubt you cannot replace 100% any teaching and learning process related to the domain, the psychomotor domains of knowledge. Okay, you cannot replace the face-to-face. Face-to-face is the best. But what you can do is that you can mirror the psychomotor domains of learning through online learning by using several learning tools. For example, simulation-based learning, video-based learning from YouTube. Beside that, also by sending them certain learning kits, learning models or learning kits that reflecting the lab skills of setting instruments and teaching and learning tools to their home. Okay, that is the best way that you can do. What I can say is that replacing 100% of face-to-face, it's impossible. But the best way that you can do, can mirror the process of psychomotor learning at least up to 70% at home. That's the best I can share with Professor Rizwan on my sharing. We have a sport science classes also in UTM, swimming class. They don't have a swimming pool at home, isn't it? Okay. What the lecturer did is that they teach the way of swimming on the bed. Okay, the action of swimming. But of course, it's not 100% accurate. But they know the motion. For those who might be, if they have a swimming pool at home, some students their parents is really rich and so on. They have, but most of our UTM students, they come from the remote location and poor family. So what the sports science did, Prof. Rizwan, they are teaching the action of swimming, but the student actually swimming on the bed, not in the swimming pool. That's the best they can do. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Very interesting and insightful discussion. However, we are very close to the end of our session. So allow me to read some conclusion that despite all the challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that has changed the way we teach and the way we organize our class, there are some opportunities for us to conduct our teaching and learning practice so that the students can learn at their best. Okay, once again, Professor Zaidatun Binti Tasir, on behalf of the committee, I would like to convey our greatest appreciation for you as the keynote speaker for this conference. therefore would like to send a certificate as the token of appreciation for your participation. Once again, thank you very much. And let us give a very big applause to Professor Zaidatun Binti Tasir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salva and Organizing Committee. All the best, everybody.
Yes,
Thank you very
and
much,
thank you very
Professor
much
Zaida.
also for all the participants for very
Thank you.
interesting discussion. And now I return it back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Bye.
Thank you so
Bye.
much, Professor Zaida and Dr. Safwa, for the engaging presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to the next and also the last plenary session for today. We have Professor Mustafa Sosbilir from Ataturk University, Turkey. And in this session, the moderator is Professor Sri Rahayu. Professor Sri Rahayu is a professor in chemistry education. She received her bachelor's degree in chemistry education from Universitas Negeri Malang and a master's of education from Deakin University, Australia. She completed her doctorate in science education from Hyogo University of Teacher Education in Japan. Without further ado, Professor Sri Rahayu, time is yours.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Nova Aryani. Assalamualaikum, Professor Mustafa.
Waalaikumsalam.
How are you?
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I would like to say salam to everybody else, brothers and sisters in Indonesia.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last ICoMSE plenary sessions. My name is Sri Rahayu. In this session, I will be serving as your moderator. You'll be hearing a presentation from Professor Mustafa Sosbilir. Before we get started, I will read our distinguished. Okay, Professor Mustafa Sosbilir is a professor in chemistry education, and currently he is also the vice rector of Ataturk University, Erzurum from August 2020. Okay, some information you can see in the screens, including the email and also website and his blog and office. Okay, next, Professor Mustafa has received his Bachelor in Chemistry teacher training from Ataturk University, Kazim Karabekir Faculty of Education, Erzurum, Turkey, and he received master degree in physical chemistry in 1997 from Ataturk University Graduate School of Natural and Applied Science, Erzurum, Turkey. And then he got a PhD in science education in 2001 from the University of York, United Kingdom. Okay, Professor Mustafa primary academic and research interests are teacher training, curriculum evaluation, how students learn in science or chemistry, undergraduate understanding of chemical ideas in thermodynamics, context-based teaching, problem-based learning, trend in science and chemistry education, and teaching science or chemistry to visually impaired students. We can see here membership. Professor Mustafa is also a member or board member of some organizations. You can read in the screen. And then if we look at the CV, he has so many pages. He is author or co-author of more than 36 books or book chapters, 40 international articles in the field of chemistry or science education, 58 national journal in Turkish language, more than 15 projects, international and national projects, and also supervise 12 master and PhD students. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, I would like to let you know the regulation on how the presentation will be conducted. First, I would like to give the time to Professor Mustafa Sosbilir to present the material for about 40 till 45 minutes. And then there will be 15 minutes for question and answer session. And the audience can write down your question in the chat room. Okay, without ado, now allow me to welcome Professor Mustafa Sosbilir, who will be speaking to us on his paper with title, An Individualized Chemistry Teaching Trial via Video Lesson, supplemented with 3G hands-on material during COVID-19 pandemic. All right, Professor, the screen is yours.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum again to everybody else, brothers and sisters in Indonesia. It is very nice to see you again, or have a chance to see you again, even online. So as you may know, I have been to Indonesia 2 years ago. It was a very nice experience. I have been a couple of times in Indonesia. Also, I have been to Malang too as well. So you live in a very nice city and beautiful university. I would like to say salam to everybody else. Thank you very much. I would like to start with first, let me share my presentation first, and then I will, let me convert it into the presentation mode. Yeah. I would like to start with thanking to the presenter. Thank you very much, Professor Sri Rahayu, for a very nice presentation about myself. And I would like to also thank at the beginning to the organizing committee, the ICoMSE organizing committee, for letting me a chance to talk to you and share my experiences with you. In this presentation, I would like to also thank to my PhD student Dilek Teke, which is this work is basically the data and all the work is coming from her PhD study running in Atatürk University right now, and so also it is supported by a TÜBİTAK project in Turkey. So I would like to just share some of my experiences, just a small, tiny part of the work with the people in this conference. Everybody else is talking about, I mean, everybody else is discussing about how we are going to do a proper education during COVID-19. As you know, COVID-19 affected everywhere else around the world. And then I know that nowadays in some part of the world is still the numbers of the new cases identified with the COVID-19 virus is increasing, including Indonesia too. I guess that time to time the numbers are increasing very high, and time to time it's getting low. But still the problem is facing, we are still facing the problem, and then it is not over. Although we have a couple of different vaccines is started to applied around the world. I hope this problem will be over soon, and then we will be able to back to our classes, to the face-to-face education. But even after the pandemic, everybody else on these days is agreed that things are changed compared to the COVID-19 started. So after the COVID-19, in the post-COVID-19 era, the education system will not be exactly returned to the pre-COVID-19 position. So we have to be able to get ready at some point to develop the certain skills in distance education. The distance education is becoming a more reality of our everyday life. What I'm going to do in my presentation, I would like to just give you a couple of information about what we have done in our project, and then the research aim and rationale and the research questions. Then I would like to spend some time on the design of the materials and also the research study. And I will share just some research results. It is just a tiny part of the study because the study is still underway. And I would like to finish with a couple of recommendations. And I want to leave you more space to ask you question and have a chance to discuss if you have some questions. All of us agree that our everyday teaching practices is changing due to the COVID-19 because everybody else has to stay at home. This is not the case that we are familiar before the COVID-19 position. All the schools are closed, and then even if you are ready or not, it doesn't matter. Everybody else also forced to become a teacher in the online environment or the remote teacher, and all the students are forced to become a learner in the distance learning environment. It doesn't matter do you have an experience or not, you have the internet connection or not, if you have the technology or not. And then all these things became a reality in a very short time. So many people all around the world have started struggling and then looking to the ways to solve the problem. If you are among those groups that you were preparing for this kind of online settings environment beforehand, you were more lucky. But if you didn't, then you had really a difficult time and to deliver the content of the courses that you are planning to teach to your students. But people became quite creative in many ways. I have listened to the previous speaker, Professor Zaida from UTM, and then I heard that she's quite experienced in the distance education before the COVID-19 because they were already using it. In our university, we also quite experienced for the distance education because in our university, we have an open faculty. We have around over 400,000 students in our open faculty. We have a lot of experience with the distance education. But this is not the reality for many cases for the schools. We are talking about the schools. For the higher education, there are too many experiences for the distance education, but the schools are not that experienced in many cases. So they had a lot of challenges delivering the content. And also it was among the questions for the previous speaker, Professor Zaida, that how to develop practical skills, particularly the psychomotor skills of the students in the distance learning environment. We know that there is no 100% good solution for the developing the hands-on activities and the practical skills via distance education, although there are some kind of solution for this. I'm going to talk about today our little solution for this kind of practical skills. Before starting our solution, I would like to just clarify what I am talking about, because the people are talking about personalized learning or personalized education, individualized education, or differentiated education in many cases. If you look for the literature, all these terms are used interchangeably, place to place. People in many cases don't know what does that mean. Also, these terms are quite commonly associated with the special education. In many cases, we are talking about individualized curricula or individualized instructional plans for the special needs students. So sometimes people think, people understand in a different way than what we meant in many cases. So I would like to just give a short definition of those terms. The International Society for Technology in Education is defining differentiation as the type of learning where instruction is tailored to meet the learning needs, preferences, and the goals of individual students. So it's kind of tailoring the instruction to the needs of the individuals, differentiated learning or the differentiation. So the overarching goals is we have a group of students. They have some kind of we have some kind of aims to teach or the contents to deliver, and then as a teacher you have the flexibility or you have the opportunity or you have the necessity to design your resources, use your resources, and designing your teaching approaches which is suitable to the needs of the students. So you have to make some kind of adjustment for the needs of the students. So if you are doing these kind of things, we are talking about differentiation. So how the differentiation is working? How the differentiation is working for the students' unique learning needs through the learning process or the educational content or specific learning vehicle or product based on the student interest, learning profile or the readiness. That means that we have to be ready to even make specific the content of the teaching to the needs of the students. So you have to tailor, you have to consider the needs of the students, and then you have to redesign your content, or you have to reconsider your instructional approach to deliver the content to the particular needs of the students. So we are talking about the flexibility in terms of the teaching and also the assessment, which is Professor Zaida talked about quite a lot. I mean, there are three problems that we faced quite a lot during the online education. One of the problem is the accessibility. In many cases, the students don't have enough, or the good connection, internet connection in many places. Also that they don't have the technological devices. So the accessibility is one of the most difficult problem to overcome in the online education. The second issue is the development of the practical skills and then the psychomotor skills. And the third issue is the assessment. So we are talking about flexibility in these two areas, like the assessment and the developing practical skills in the differentiation. So we have to be creative, finding a solution in many cases for each individual student, because one solution may not be a good solution for the another students. It could be a solution for one particular student, but may not be a good solution for the another one. So we have to be working quite hard to be creative to overcome this problem. The second term is related with the differentiation, is actually the individualized education or personalized education. There are two different terms that also used. So what are the difference between the individualized education or the individualization or the personalization in terms of the education? Individualized learning or the teaching, individualized learning is differentiated learning. But if the differentiation is how, the individualization is the when. So we talk about how we should be differentiated, but when it comes to the individualization, so when we will individualize these academic goals, and then how to teach these goals, all the content, the curriculum to the students. So when we are talking about individualization, we are talking about the individual's speeds based on their own particular learning, etc. So individualized instruction is not a new thing. It's been around more than 50 years. People are talking about individualized education. So it is not new. So everybody else knows about it. It includes approaches in any teaching strategies that met an individual student needs. In practice, the term describes a student working through a set of materials or a curricula at their own pace. So you have to design an instructional content and material everybody else and deliver to each individual, and then the individuals can work their own rates and their own pace, and then they work on the material, and then they learn the related content. So the individualized instruction and learning strategies are based on student readiness, interest, and their practices, because all students use the same materials, but in many cases they work in a different way. Some of them is learning the same content in 2 days, and some of them are working on the same content for several days. When it comes to the personalized learning is a little different than the individualized education. In the individualized education, there's a kind of a same content delivered to all students, and then they walk their own pace, and then they rate, and then they learn it. But the personalized education is something that you design the instruction to the needs of each individual separately. So you have to consider their unique needs. These personalized learning activities are also quite common in special education. For instance, if you are working with the students, with the visually impaired students, not all the visually impaired students are the same. Some of the visually impaired students have total blindness, some of them have the low vision, and some of the students have some extra impairments like mental impairments or other kinds of disabilities. So you have to consider each student is an individual, and then their person needs are different. You have to personalize their learning need and then work on this. So these terms have been placed in the online education because even though the students don't have a special needs, they have some kind of needs that due to their accessibility, technology environment, the classroom facilities, or the environment that they live in. So these terms started to become used in many cases in the online education we implemented during COVID-19. So what we mean in these cases with the word of individualized education, we don't mean exactly the same meaning that I have defined so far. So we used individualized teaching is the teaching for supporting students to overcome the issues that the students lack in home environment due to the various reasons of inaccessibility to the school environments or the technology or other kind of things during this disaster or illness or the pandemic or those kind of things. So in our cases, the individualized education or the instruction is used to enhance student accessibility, mostly to the hands-on materials or the instruction, the content, because majority of the content is delivered online but the hands-on activities were quite few to deliver to the students. What we used mostly 3D instructional materials together with video lessons, prepared with video lessons. Why we used video lessons in the online education environment? Because, as I said, there's an accessibility problem. Although the students have live online education activities, live streams, teachers are teaching live. Majority of the students have some problem with the internet connection. Their internet connection is not stable in many cases, so that they miss part of the courses. So in order to prevent this problem, we considered developing video lessons and then deliver these video lessons and support these video lessons with some of the hands-on materials to the students. And then students can work their individual pace and their individual learning time whenever they want to study, and then how they want to study or how many times as they want to study, that they can use it. So we wanted to use video lessons supported with the 3D instructional materials, because we know that if you touch something else, we know that there are a lot of good animations on the internet. There are a lot of materials designed in the visual environment to see the molecular structures that we use commonly in chemistry. But we still know that as a person, if you touch something else, if you play with something else, is totally different than just watching something else on a screen. So we wanted to see this effect, and then how these hands-on materials also is affecting student interest and motivation and learning and understanding, and also develop some skills in learning chemistry. So in this project, in this part of the work, we wanted to see the effectiveness of video lessons supplemented with 3D hands-on instructional materials to teach strong intramolecular interactions in the 9th grade high school chemistry in an individualized instructional settings during COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. There were a lot of lockdowns that people had to stay at home. I tried to mention about the rationale, but I would like to just repeat for those who may miss it. We know that it is really hard to keep students highly motivated and interested at home when you are teaching, because the classroom and the home is quite different. In home environment, there are different people around you, and the classroom environment, there are different people around you. At your home, you have different things that you can do. In classroom, you have different opportunities to do. So the student motivation and interest towards learning chemistry is not high all the time, because the distractors are different, and then the environments are different. So we wanted to test whether we can keep student motivation towards learning chemistry or not. Also, the instructional materials, the learning environments are quite different. So we wanted to provide some kind of the instructional materials to the students in their home environment. So that is why we developed these materials. Video lessons are also important, because although we can deliver the course content online, live streaming, a majority of the students have some kind of problem or the instability on their internet connections. So in many cases, they are losing some part of the courses. So in these cases, if they lose some part, then they lose the motivation. And also some of the cases, the live streams are good, but also it is not suitable for the students, because in some of the houses, there are 4 or 5 kids taking a live streaming at the same time. In many cases, they don't have enough computer to join the lessons, or they have to use a small screen like the mobile phone screens. And in many cases, some of the students may have some kind of quota problems in terms of the internet or the mobile connection problems, those kind of things. So we thought the video lessons would be better opportunity, because if you deliver a video lesson, they can download it in a convenient time, and then they can listen several times and then work on the materials as well, according to whenever they want and how many times they want. So the video lessons are much advantaged in many cases compared to the live streaming. But the live streaming is also important because students can ask questions at the same time, and then they can listen the other students' questions, and then they may have some kind of interaction too. So there are some plus and minuses in terms of the video lessons too. In this presentation, I would like to just try to give you answer to the 2 research questions. What are the effects of video lessons? And also what are the student and parents' view on the usefulness and effectiveness of the video lessons supplemented with the 3D hands-on instructional materials. The previous speaker, Professor Zaida, also talked about some of the trends in the science education in the future, science and mathematics education, or in general STEM education, that we have to include the parents. Parents are quite important, and then people realize that parents are right now in the distance education environment. They are also the real part of the teaching, because they became a teacher, they become a helper, they become a motivator of the kids. If the parents are educated and then parents are interested in kids' education, so that's mean quite a lot for the education. So we wanted to see their views as well. In the research design, we designed this study as an intervention mixed method design. That means that we used qualitative and the quantitative data sources all together. This was a small experimental study supported with the qualitative data previous of the research and designing the research, and then the implementing the study, and then after the study. So we used pre-testing beforehand, and did quite a lot of observations, what kind of needs, or the document analysis to design the materials, and then identify the needs for the material. And then during the implementation process, we applied the materials and the video lessons and collected the parent views, and then the student and parent views after the implementation, also during the implementation. The study group is actually composed of 5 students. It's not big, because it's not easy to deliver the hands-on materials to several people, like hundreds of people. This is possible, but it's very costly and it's not easy. So as this was just a trial study, we just choose 5 students living in the Erzurum city center where we are working. And the age of the students are 16, and then just only one of the students is female, the others are male. And then the parent education degree, you can see that quite highly educated parents. Two of them are doctorate degree, and then one of them is master degree, and 2 others with a bachelor's degree. So we are talking about an educated parents in these cases. Only one of the student and then also his parents didn't join the interviews on the final cases, so we are missing the interviews. In terms of the instructional material design, we used design-based research approach for instructional design process. It is a cyclical process. So you identify the needs, you do the needs analysis, design the materials, and get expert opinions, and then develop the materials, product them, and then apply, and then go back again, redesign the materials. So the study is still undergoing. We collected some data, and then also we are redesigning some of the materials as well. I would like to just give some kind of brief introduction to how we design these 3D materials. This is important because we had a lot of problems in designing and producing these materials. We used several different softwares to design these materials. First, we used ChemDraw to design the molecular structures. ChemDraw is very useful software because it is already, everything is available in terms of the exact and correct. I cannot say exact, but the much better designed molecular structures. But it is not easy to convert these designs developed in the ChemDraw and convert it into a printable format. To do this, we designed first in the ChemDraw, and then we used 3ds Max software to convert these materials to the STL format. The STL format is important because the STL formats are the formats that the 3D printers uses to print something else. You have to convert this format material into STL, and then you can print it. But converting, while we are, it was not that big problem to convert them in the 3ds Max to STL. But the problem after this stage, we couldn't print those materials on the 3D printer because we noticed that there's a problem with the structure of the molecules. In many cases, there are some empty spaces. So you have to put some kind of supports to the empty spaces to be able to print them. For this purpose, we used Ultimaker Cura. In this Ultimaker Cura, we put some supports to the empty spaces on the molecule structures, and then transfer these documents. You can see the you can see the support in this format here to be able to print them, and then we converted them, we transferred them to the MakerBoot, which is the name of the software coming together with our 3D printer, and then we adjust the size of the molecule and then start printing. So this is several steps that you have to run through it. And then we learned all of these by just trialing in several cases. So we had a lot of trouble on these designing ball and stick models, and then to be able to print them in the 3D printer. Also, we did the same, more or less the same thing for sphere molecules, but in these cases, we had to use different softwares. Sphere molecules, you know that all molecules have ball and sticks, and then the sphere structures. Sphere structures are also important for the students to understand the place that they keep in the space. We used again the ChemDraw again, and then in the second cases, we used the Chimera software to convert into the STL format these sphere models, and then transfer to the MakerBoot, and then adjust the size of the molecule and then print it. You can see here how it prints in a 3D printer. This is a 3D printer that we are using. This is a MakerBoot Replicator 5th generation. It is quite old right now if you compare with the new 3D process. Now it is starting to print the base first, I'm in the starting printing the base, and then they start putting on the supports for the empty spaces for the ball and stick model. So if without these supports, you cannot print these molecules in the 3D printer. So that this support area is quite important. I'll just go to a little bit fast. Then it is printing and printing, and it is finishing. When we finish printing and then we remove these supports, and then we use painting to differentiate the different atoms and in the same molecule. So we paint by hand those materials. How many different materials we developed? We developed ball stick models and the sphere models of the same chemical molecule or the compound, and also we developed videos. So related with the covalent bonds, one video, 9 ball stick models and 9 sphere models. So altogether we developed 18 different materials. And for the ionic bonds, we don't have ball stick model. We just have the sphere models and 1 video. And for metallic bond, it's the same, 1 sphere model and 1 video. In total, we had 23 molecular models, and then we developed 5 different sets for this. So the 23 different models, and also the 5 sets of them, and coming with the video lessons. You can see here what kind of the molecular structures we used. These are the most commonly used compounds and the molecules that we cover in our chemistry curriculum. Water, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and sulfur dioxide, and hydrogen fluoride, and for the molecules, hydrogen molecules, fluorine molecules, oxygen molecules, and nitrogen molecules. So you can see the real shapes here on the one side. On the left-hand side, these are the designed versions. These are the digital versions that you can see on the screen. So the right-hand side, these are the 3D, the real hands-on ones. So you can touch them, you can play with them. You can see that we painted the different molecules in different colors to help students to identify which part is what. So for the molecules, you can see there's no painting, it's the same color. And then each one has a ball stick model and a sphere model. And these are for the ionic bonds. When it comes to the ionic bond, we had to use magnets to represent the intermolecular forces that the students can understand. So we used magnets here. We stick magnets to the balls, and then students can actually play with them, and then they can feel how they interact with each other, and then attract each other, so they can feel it. In the metallic bond, the best thing is that we worked on this one, this shape that can represent. In fact, we didn't have any data. We didn't trial these materials with the visually impaired students, but it is also designed, considered that we can use these materials with the visually impaired students too in the future. And also in the project, there's another phase that we are going to integrate an augmented reality into these materials too. But for this presentation, I'm not talking about this stage of the work. There are some screenshots from the video lessons here. So we developed 3 different videos, each actually around 10 minutes. One of the video is about chemical species, about 10 minutes, 11 seconds. The second one about ionic bonds, 12 minutes. And the third one is covalent and molecular bond, and 16 minutes. You can see here just a short screen shots. This is, I'm sorry, this everything is in Turkish here, so I cannot translate into English, but you can see how teacher is using teaching. Teacher is teaching here using these materials with the instructional things. And the second one here, so the teacher is talking about the attraction between the ions and then the different things. And on the other one, also talking about the apolar covalent bonds. And then the teacher is talking about this topic. This one is the ball stick model. You can see that the ball stick model is little smaller compared to the sphere models. Sphere model is much taking more space in the space. So you can consider like a skeleton of a human body, and then the sphere model is talking about our normal human being in the space. So the video lessons is something like that. So we have also developed an achievement test related with this content to understand students understanding whether they understood the related concept or not. There's a 27 questions in the test covering the different areas of the topic. We also developed, we used Lavshe's content validity index to identify the content validity of the test. So we collected data from 10 different experts, and then we get some data and then trialed again. We revised the test, and then the second time after the revision, we get quite a high content validity index. In the first stage, it was something like 0.55, and then the second stage after the revision, we reached to 0.96 content validity index, which is quite acceptable according to the Lavshe's 0.62 for 10 experts. I don't know if you are familiar with the Lavshe content validity index or not, but if you just Google search it, you will find a lot of information about it and how to make it. We also developed an interview form for parents and then the students. We asked 3 basic questions to the parents and then the 4 basic questions to the students. During the interview, the questions was just about usefulness of the materials, help of the materials, whether they understood the content or not, or whether they had some kind of weaknesses they have faced during the video lessons, and also the materials on this one to understand and improve this. When it comes to the data analysis, we used qualitative and quantitative data analysis together. So as the number of people in the study is very low, it doesn't make any meaning to analyze, to look for the means or those kind of things. Instead of, we used gain scores in the quantitative part. And then for the qualitative part, we used descriptive analysis for these purposes. For the implementation process, we sent pre-tests. We did this pre-testing online for the students, for the participating students, and then identify their knowledge about the topic, because some of the students already took some lessons from some of the teachers' online lessons. The teachers delivered, taught some of the concepts, but some of the students didn't, because they were coming from different schools. So some of them took some lessons, some of them didn't about the topic. So we pre-test and identified their previous beginning knowledge, and then delivered the videos and the 3D materials to the students. Videos are delivered online, and then the 3D materials just be visited students' homes and then delivered the materials. And then the students studied the materials, and then we did the post-testing and then the interviewing to them. These are some of the screenshots or the photographs that students are working by themselves in their home. You can see here the differences between the students. One student has computer, or 3 students has their own computer, and then one of them is working on mobile phone. So she doesn't have a computer, but she's following the lessons on the mobile phone. The other one is on the tablet. So there are quite a lot of varieties. I would like to just give brief results about the gain scores. What is the gain score? Gain score is the actual gain divided by the potential gain. So you have the percentage of the, you have to calculate the percent of the post-test. So if you can, let's say, if you can get 10, if you have the 10 questions or the 11 question, doesn't matter, or 27 question, how many percent of achievement is reached in the post-test? And then you also have the pre-test percentage. And then the formula is here. What does it mean? The particular student gained how many percent of growth, achievement in the score. You can see here that the pre-test scores here, and then the post-test scores on the right-hand side. The general averages in terms of the percentage. These are not the numbers, these are percentage. And then in percent, the gains. Students gained quite high in many cases, but just only one student couldn't gain too much. We don't know why there's that much low gain for these students, but the reason is because she or he was better at the beginning. He learned some of the knowledge from the students before, from the teachers beforehand. That is why he didn't took our video lessons quite serious, but the other students didn't take any courses at the beginning, so they used first time our video lessons and they gained quite high. So the average gain percent was 0.62. That means that 62% they learned, they covered the topic. So in terms of the achievement, it's quite a good number. I would like to just give some descriptive results about the student and the parents' view. When we interviewed them, they said this kind of video materials supported with the 3D materials is quite good because they facilitate learning visually and also audibly, because they listen the video lessons, but if they have materials, and also it facilitates because they can touch and then see, and then they can see the difference between the ball and stick model and then the sphere models too as well. Helps to understand the topic and easily visualize. This was quite important because they say it is really good to understand or visualize the molecular structure in our mind, and also it is helping to concretization, because the chemistry concepts in many cases are very abstract, and then these models are helping them to concretize the concepts. And also they said it makes learning permanent and effective and useful. But there are some downsides of it. They say it is very much time wasted in many cases, because you play with the materials and then you have to use materials and then the video at the same time. So you have to spend a lot of times playing with those kind of things. And also they said these materials would be much better and much useful in the face-to-face education. So if in the face-to-face education, it would be much, much better. And also the parents also say that it helps quite a lot for them to ensure learning and also reinforce the topic, because they can play several times with the materials. So they can learn and then play and play more and then learn the materials. And also they were stressed the importance of using these materials in the face-to-face training, face-to-face education too as well. These were quite important. And also another issue that they said, these kind of things are really enhanced our consciousness in terms of the importance of the education for their kids. So it also helped to parents to understand the importance of education or those kind of the materials, and then what they can do, and then how they can participate in the education of their kids. So the 3D materials also helped quite a lot to increase the motivation and interest to the chemistry, because they have something in their hand that they can play. But they said there were some problems, minor problems with the sound issue in the video. So the problems that we faced, also there are some other downsides of those kind of things. These materials are not easy to design and also to develop and print, because it is costly. People don't have also a 3D printer in many cases. And also it's quite difficult to deliver and find people to work with them during COVID-19 to find the voluntary participant in this area. And also we had some problems with, we delivered, let's say, 23 different materials to each student. And then when we wanted to get them back, they say we lost some of those materials, so we couldn't get them. So if you want to use these kind of things in an online environment, because there are some examples that you keep this set of materials for 1 week and then post these materials to another student. So the students are losing some of the parts of the materials, and then you cannot get the exact set back from each student. So there are some kind of difficulties on this one. So what we can do in the future as a conclusion and the recommendation, it is evident that these kind of video lessons supported with 3D materials are good and effective. It can be used in the education, in the online education environment. Also, it can be used with the face-to-face education, and it would be very beneficial. They help to understand the abstract concepts in a much better way. But the problem is that this designing of these materials requires a lot of technology knowledge. So the teachers may not have this knowledge and skills in technology to develop this. And even if they have, they may not have this software to use it, because the accessing the software sometimes could be costly. And also the 3D printers are not available for every single teacher all around the world. But if you have the 3D printers and then you can run those printers, it is very good. Also, the individualized materials are good, but if you have a crowded classes, too many students, it is not easy. You can develop material, you cannot develop materials for hundreds of students at the same time and then deliver them, because the logistic is also another problem for the online education issues. That is why in many cases people are using mostly the virtual materials, and then the virtual materials cannot develop the hands-on or sometimes minds-on skills too as well. So the process is not easy for teachers, and I would like to finish here. I don't want to take too much time. And thanking by the organizing committee again, and thanking to the TÜBİTAK and the participants on this study. And if you have the question, I am more than happy to answer. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you very much, Professor Mustafa, for your informative and interesting presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer. Please, committee, present the questions.
I can see some of the questions on the chat box. If you want, I can try to answer from here. From the chat box too as well, if it is not.
Okay. So the screen has not started yet. So please, could you please answer the first questions from Bapak Ridwan?
Yeah. Please share your experience in individual chemistry teaching trial with your supplemental. What is the strategy to answer learning process assessment is really done by the student themselves? Yeah, the assessment, as I said, the previous speaker is also talk about the assessment. Assessment is a real issue in online education. I mean, if you are talking about the assessment, that we are talking about assessment in our face-to-face, classical face-to-face education, is just sit down, put students into a room, and then give them a test, and then ask them to sit down and answer this test. This doesn't work properly in the distance education. So assessment has to be part of the process. So we are talking about formative assessment in many cases, or not. It's not assessment of learning, but assessment for learning or in learning, as Professor Zaida said in the previous talk. So the assessment has to be based on performance or the learning process, not just for the learning outcomes in many cases. But if you focus on learning process, then this is easy. But also by saying that it's not easy, I experienced, all of us experienced during the online education process that somehow or some way we can deliver the content, even better or not, good or not. But when it comes to the assessment, and then we practice very badly in the online education environment, our traditional assessment habits, we transferred them to the online education, and it didn't work. It only worked for students to set up a really good connection, WhatsApp connections, and then answer all the questions collaboratively on the internet. So this is not the assessment for online education. So if you are talking about assessment, we have to look for the process. So if you provide those kind of materials, we notice that students can work on them and learn it. And then what you can do, you can use some face-to-face activities with the students, questioning, and also you can ask them to answer or to develop some of the materials or other. For instance, instead of asking students a question to answer them, you can ask students to develop a question for themselves. This would be a better option than asking students a question to answer them. And then you can give the topic and then say, ask question for me. If they, because it is not easy to ask a question to somebody else. To be able to ask a question, you have to understand the topic. So this is much better option in terms of the assessment. But everybody else know that the assessment is the problem in the online education. There are a lot of different technological options. I mean, there are some softwares that they can follow your eyes, and then they said you are cheating. But none of them are still 100% good solution for the assessment. So we have to work on the performance assessment rather than just the summative assessment. So we have to focus on the formative assessment. Another question is how to apply 3D instruction optimally if the facilities and infrastructures aren't supported. As I said in my talk, this is the downside of the 3D materials. I mean, you can develop some of the 3D materials developed by hands-on, by local opportunities. I have seen a lot of 3D materials that developed with the local materials, like student kit playing materials. But the problem with those homemade materials, they are not durable. And then you cannot use them for a long time. And also the shape and the structures are not good and compatible with the chemistry content. So there are some other downsides of those kind of things. Another question is, Desna is teaching chemistry for impaired students seems interesting, but for sure challenging in considering that the disability is unique for each. How you manage the chemistry? Yeah, this is also a challenging issue. You have to talk about really individualized or personalized education in these cases. Because if you are working with visually impaired students, and teaching chemistry is a real challenge because there are a lot of abstract concepts in chemistry. And also it is not the same, it's not different for the physics or the mathematics too. Mathematics also has the same thing, and the physics also has the same thing. Even the biology also has the same thing. So all these areas are really challenging for the visually impaired students. So you have to, what you need to do, you need to identify or understand the individual personal needs and then design the instruction according to their needs. So it takes quite a lot of time and experience on this one. So it's not an easy issue, but this is an area that it's fully empty that we can do research on this area. I would like to invite many people to focus on this area to develop instructional solutions to the needs of those students. And with that, I would like to thank for your interest and then the invitation for the talk. And I would like to stop here and then give back to Professor Siri Rahaya. Thank you. Well, Assalamu alaikum again.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much, Professor Mustafa. I think the time is up, so we finally to come to the end of plenary sessions. Before I close this session, I would like to take a conclusion for what the speaker have presented. Actually, the summary. Due to COVID pandemic, schools are forced to implement distant educations. However, not all schools are prepared and have capacity in doing so. One of the challenges distant education in how to conduct hands-on activity that is possible in face-to-face education, but difficult in online setting. Professor Mustafa and his students try to overcome this problem by developing supplementary material for hands-on activity and implement it during individualized education setting during pandemic to teach symbolic language of chemistry at grade 9 high school. He conducted an intervention mixed method designed for conducted his study and design-based approach for developing the material as described in detail in his presentation. The results show that the material video lessons supplemented by 3G materials are enhanced student understanding and long-term retention of the subject learned, as well as visual and spatial abilities. That is the conclusion. Okay. Thank you very much again for Professor Mustafa Sosbilir. Now we give you a certificate for your presentation from committee. Please share. This is for your certificate. We email this certificate for you. Thank you very much. again and give applause to Professor Mustafa Sosbilir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back the floor to the Master of Ceremony, Ibu Nova Aryani. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mustafa and Professor Sri Rahayu. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick information that please find the link of the attendance list in the chat box. So please make sure that you fill it out today. Excellencies.
Excuse me, may I request your permission to leave the room because I have to back to normal life.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's fine.
You're welcome.
Thank you very
I would
much,
like to
Professor.
say, goodbye to all of you and hope to see you meeting again face to face. Hopefully somewhere in the world in Turkey.
Yeah, hope to see you very soon, Professor. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Best regard to Dilek. I met her in Bremen when I was there in Professor Ingo's AIDS research group. So please send my best regard to Dilek.
Thank you, thank you. She's here, so she's taking your message right now.
Okay,
thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
All the best and stay
All the best.
safe.
Yeah, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are coming to the end of the ICoMSE Conference 2021. I would like to invite Dr. Sentot Kusairi as the Vice Dean of Students Affairs to deliver the closing speech for our last day of the 5th of the ICoMSE. For Dr. Sentot Kusairi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Distinguished speaker of ICoMSE 2021, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin by praising Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, and thanking all the committees, particularly Mr. Habibin, PhD, for your stewardship of our conference and excellent organization that you have just provided. I am very pleased to be with you today to officially closing ceremony of the 5th International Conference Mathematics and Science Education 2021, held virtually in 2 days by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Malang, in collaboration with Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, University Technology Malaysia. It is fantastic to see that this conference has successfully attracted more than 200 delegates, ranging from presenters, experts, and also participants in the field of mathematics and science education from Indonesia region and also countries from all over the world. At the opening session, Mr. Dean said that we would learn new ideas from each other, which we could adopt from further improve our work in area of mathematics and science education studies. I know that there have been many interesting and useful presentations in these past 2 days, both plenary session and the parallel session too, which we will have at one more session in this afternoon. I believe many good experience have been shared and excellent lesson learned. Many people have commented that a lot of good work has been done in practicing education amid the disruptive era, especially nowadays. We are facing the pandemic COVID-19. And the presentation demonstrated good practical learning activities and also experience. Ladies and gentlemen, my heartfelt thank you and utmost gratitude to our keynote speaker today, Professor Vicente Talangwar, PhD from University of Arizona, USA, Professor Dr. Mustafa Sosbilir from Atatürk University, Turkey, Professor Dr. Zaidatun Binti Tasir from University Teknologi Malaysia, Dr. Marian Asham, MSc from University of Copenhagen, Denmark, and Dr. Igusti Darmawan, MSc from Adelaide University, Australia. And I would like to say congratulations to the 5th ICoMSE committees for the fruitful conference in its establishment. The success of the conference is the result of commitment of our partner and also attendees of ICoMSE 2021. For speaker, presenter, and also participant, I do hope that ICoMSE 2021 have left a memorable impression in your memories of the last 2 days. I wish pleasant day to all and hope that you will visit Malang soon after pandemic is over. See you later on the 6th ICoMSE 2022. On that note, I now declare the 5th International Conference on Mathematics and Science Education 2021 officially closed. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandat Kusairi, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the closing speech marks the end of the ICoMSE 2021 conference. As the organizing committee, we are very delighted to provide a platform for everyone to learn and share a new and insightful lesson throughout the conference. Thank you very much for your participation to this conference. We hope to see you all again next year, hopefully face-to-face and not virtual anymore. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.